So I welcome all the speakers, resource persons, and participants to this very interesting and relevant session. Mr. Amit Sinha Roy is the Vice President, Global Head of Strategic Alliances, Tata Communications Limited. He defines differentiated and winning global alliance strategies, propositions, and programs for Tata Communications digital platforms business across India, Mecca, Europe, and North America, along with key strategic technology alliances. Leading with a keen focus on segmentation, targeting and positioning the joint offerings with select technology alliances in the chosen markets, with a view to engaging target customers and empowering sales teams at Tatacom and the alliance organization to effectively address client requirements through relevant joint solutions. Prior to this role, Mr. Roy was Global Head of Marketing and Communications. Before joining Tata Communications in 2010, he was Head of Marketing Cisco India and South at Cisco India. He has also held various senior marketing, sales, and strategy positions in India, Singapore, and North America at HP, Compaq, Interlink, and HCL. He holds a Master's in Management Studies degree with a dual and MSc Honours Physics from BITS Pilani, from Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you for that warm welcome, Geeta. It's wonderful to be here.
Yeah, thank you. We also have with us Mr. Chinmay Ananda. I believe Dr. Saurabh and Mr. Girish is yet to join. Mr. Chinmay is BE, MBA, CMA, financial educator, business storyteller, international speaker, and an author. Since 2014, Chinmay has trained and consulted over 2,500 business owners and non-financial managers on the subject business finance, and over 10,000 students in Australia, India, China, and Indonesia. He is known for the research on hundreds of failed businesses to discover common finance mistakes made in business that he has presented to the Australian Taxation Office, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, certified practicing accountants, and various industry association accountants. His training programs are accredited by the Institute of Certified Management Accountants Australia. He has developed finance programs that are taught to MBA students in Australia, and he teaches at RMIT and other education institutions both in India and overseas. He has served as National Treasurer of Professional Speakers Australia between 2018 to 21 and is an active Rotarian. He now offers a unique software tool through his new venture, Beehive Analytics Private Limited, that is exclusively developed to assist top decision makers to make informed, profitable business decisions based on facts and not mere assumptions. We really welcome you, Chinmay.
Thank you. Thank you for having me once again, Dr. Geeta. And I believe we are all using this platform for the first time, so I'm not sure where the background noise is coming from. So maybe if you could request participants to mute themselves, that would be great.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right, Chinmay. I think for this session, we are using it for the first time during this training program. And I would request all the participants to please switch on their webcams if possible. It's a very interesting session. You can directly ask your questions on this session from our resource persons. So if possible, please switch on your webcam so that we can have a better interface and interaction. First, I would like to invite Mr. Amit Roy to please put forward his views on this very relevant topic, the challenges which are faced by different sectors and the responses thereof in the light of digital transformation. So I request you, sir, to please...
Dr. Geeta, can you request the participant to switch to mute themselves because there's a background noise coming?
Right. I would also request all the participants to please mute yourselves. We are also joined by Dr. Saurabh Agarwal. Thank you for joining, sir. So I would first also like to introduce him. He is a graduate and postgraduate engineer from IIT Kanpur and IIT Delhi. At present, he is associated with Department of Civil Engineering, HBTU Kanpur. He is a consultant to IBM and UNESCO for Business and Data Analytics. He has published papers on integrating alternate payment channels and presented it in the 4th International Conference on Payment Channels organized by BankNet India. His paper on strategic business decision for makers and approach to ERP evaluation was presented at conference on role of decision making in management organized by IIT Kanpur. He has interest in data mining, data analytics, business analytics, structural equation modeling, multivariate analysis, and works on platforms like R, SPSS, Amos, IBM Watson Analytics. He has also conducted international workshops, trainings for Saudi Aramco, KBM Kuwait, Ministry of Road Transport Abu Dhabi, and prominent domestic trainings at IMA, New Delhi, Symbiosis, Pune, KJ Sumaya, Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, Ernst & Young, Trivandrum, and many other organizations. We welcome you, sir. I would request all the participants to please put your platform on mute till you want to ask a question so that the training goes on smoothly. And now I would first request Mr. Amit Sinha Roy, sir, to please put forward his views on this topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So thank you very much for the warm welcome. So we're talking about digital transformation and the challenges faced in the industry, right? So just to set the stage, I think digital transformation is something that's been talked about so much that sometimes we even tend to forget what we're talking about, right? And we at times confuse digitalization, and then digital transformation, right? And these are similar, but in a sense they are related, but they're also different. So just to give you an example, if we are looking at transforming ourselves and converting, say, paper records into digital records, that's digitization. That's not really digital transformation, right? Digital transformation actually requires integration of digital technologies across all areas, changing business processes, changing the way we do things so that we become more effective, more efficient, sometimes with a view to faster growth or cost considerations or even both, right? So coming to the topic at hand, what are some of the challenges which are there? Clearly, if I may talk about some of the challenges that I have seen while we work with some of our clients and customers. First is the resistance to change. We are very comfortable doing things in a specific way, be it manual, be it efficient, inefficient, but then getting into a whole new area of doing things in a completely different way then becomes a bit of a challenge, and there is a resistance that comes in to do things in a different way. There are new technologies that need to be learned, new processes, new systems, etc. Coupled with that, legacy systems that are there. I'm speaking more from the ICT perspective, right? So legacy systems, infrastructure, which have been invested in over the years, it could be IT infrastructure and so on and so forth, which are there. People are comfortable with it, employees, customers, everybody. And then there is, it links to the comfort level being with, that's again related to the resistance to change, right? Then there is a whole aspect of data management. And I talked about, because digital transformation is about looking at things in a different way using digital technologies, platforms, and tools and capabilities, right? So if we are looking at the data, collecting the data, storing the data, cleaning the data in many cases when we are transforming from paper to digital, or even if it's new, structuring the data in the right manner. These are all the challenges that businesses and even governments need to look at, securing the data, right? Today with hacking happening, so prevalent, and people, if you look at it in terms of the losses that organizations and even individuals have had because of data hacking, cybersecurity is prime, right? So to ensure that not only are we structuring the data, cleaning the data, ensuring that it's relevant, storing the data in a way it can be accessed, but also to protect the data, right? Then there is the whole aspect of cost. Now this cost benefit comes in because there is a way of doing things which is happening today. It could be manual, and then when you do digital transformation, there is a cost of infrastructure. There is a cost of training. There is a cost of talent and skills that is required. So if you don't have the right talent and skills, in terms of developing the systems, deploying the systems, we're not being able to go to get what we need, right, in terms of the output. Finally, it is the adoption and usage, because if we create something which is having a good plan and it's a grand system, but nobody uses it, right? Because it could be that the UI UX or the user interface or the user experience is difficult or complicated, or it is very expensive. You need a special platform to access, or you need very high bandwidth. So you need only broadband. It won't work on a normal connection or whatever it is. Whatever it is, I'm just throwing things across. So that if the adoption is not there, however good the system is, however well protected the data is, however good the processes are, it is a failure, right? So from that perspective, these are some of the top of mind thoughts that are noted down in terms of what are the challenges that we see when digital transformation is done. Now, I just want to put one aspect over here. We had seen this challenge several years ago, and specific to India, with the Digital India movement. From Tata Communications, we actually partnered with CII, and I'm sure everybody knows about CII, and we created a joint platform. It is called the Center for Digital Transformation, right? So CII CDT. And if you just Google it, you'll find the website. You can see it's been like its 5th year now. And we have actually been working across industry with other tech companies, with providers, platforms, regulators, etc., to actually help the MSME and the enterprise to do digital transformation and adoption, with a specific focus on India to start with, and then to take it international. Starting from assessment of where an organization is in its digital transformation journey, through to what are the kind of tools and platforms that need to be adopted, and then all the way up to awards for the best implementation of digital transformation. So that's something that we've done. It's available to all the members of CII, and I think that also has given us in terms of how we should go about digital transformation, demystifying it and taking it to a broader audience to ensure that we're able to mitigate some of the challenges that I talked about. So let me pause over there and hand it back to you, Dr. Geeta.
Well, Amit sir, looks like Dr. Geeta is not on the call. I just saw a pop-up saying.
Why don't you go ahead? Yeah. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, thank you for sharing your views, sir. I really like the differentiation you made between digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation, because many a times we put all of it under in one bucket, and we think that what we are doing is digital transformation. It's like I think this is now the buzzword, but few years back, innovation, creativity, invention was the buzzword. But many a times it was imitation that we were doing, and very rarely we were doing sustainable or disruptive innovation. And let's forget about invention, something that happens very rarely. But thank you for sharing your views. What I wanted to add on this particular topic, which is titled Challenges Faced by Different Sectors. What I personally believe is it's not challenges faced by different sectors. I personally believe it is challenges faced by all sectors today. And we're talking about digital transformation. Now, when we say digital somewhere, as you also mentioned, sir, it's about the technology, which is there. I still remember back in 1999, one of the presidents of the Futurists Association, now he made a statement saying that the future is here, but it is not evenly distributed. And today we are seeing, because of the softwares that we are using and the digitalization that has happened, and then on a smart device, we know what's happening in the other side of the world the very next minute. So probably this is where there is a bit of a FOMO, fear of missing out, and people are like, oh, I want to be ahead of the curve, or I want to be relevant. But unfortunately, again, how to be relevant, how to make sure we are using something that is adding value. Because in the name of digital transformation, we are trying to bring the operation side of business to a great extent on some kind of a platform, digital platform, but is it really adding value to our stakeholders, especially the employees and the customers, is always a big question. Now, sometimes when it comes to transformation, no, it's like a New Year resolution, like a body transformation. Now, I want to lose 5 kgs, 10 kgs, and then people go about making those New Year resolutions. Somewhere, many businesses, they try to do this. They have all the strategy, everything in place, and they also have budget in place to execute it. But unfortunately, the bottleneck is it doesn't get really implemented. And what I personally believe, when we look from a person's individual perspective, the challenge is the ability to change and adapt. For example, now we were asked to use this particular platform, Bharat VC, and I'm using it for the first time. Honestly, if given an opportunity, I would always like to go back to Zoom because I'm so used to it. But now we were forced to adapt to this, and I'm like, okay, where is my background? How do I change my virtual background? So there is a bit of a frustration, but as we don't have an option, we continue. However, looking from a team or a business perspective, I believe the challenge is the culture. And as Peter Drucker said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. Doesn't matter what kind of strategy we come up with, end of the day, it doesn't get executed if we don't have that culture where people are ready to adapt and change, so that we are all on the same page and then we are working towards the same cause. So these are some of the thoughts I wanted to share on this particular topic. I believe this will be an interactive session, as I don't still see Geeta back on the call. Maybe Dr. Shikhar, do you want to moderate this session? Because I wasn't sure what the agenda for the next couple of hours is going to be.
Mr. Chinmay, am I audible?
No. Would request any of the participants. No, I was told this is the 10th day, so I believe you have already become experts with regards to what probably needs to be done in your organization. So New, it's good to see you once again. Thank you for having the video on. As you're the only one who's got the video on, so I'm picking on you. Would like to hear your thoughts. How has been your learning in the last 10 days? No, let's have the conversation because I'm also here to learn. And when I got to know there are esteemed panelists on this call, so I said, even I would like to be there.
Yes, for me, I improved a lot related with leadership skills and digital skills. So, how to say? Today we use this software. Last time I don't know this software. Mostly we use only Zoom. So today when this morning I have the seminar. So after that I a bit late. So then first I thought I just want into Zoom, want to participate by Zoom, but my college told me they sent another link. So I surprised. So I thought I need to download or something, blah blah blah. So I thought I late around 8 minutes, so I try. So but we no need to download. Then already inside the conference when I type. So I'm amazing. The training program, they use new for us new software. So this one is like Predicate for us. Not only Zoom, we can use another software. So the training and the speaker train like this, so I very enjoyable. I'm not familiar with the term, but I'm very happy to learn this training. I got a lot from all of you. So I have some idea I would like to share. I would like to train in my organization, and also I would like to start the agile leadership, and also I like the digital. I would like to transform, a lot. So thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on you. In fact, you reminded me, I had a professor when I was doing my MBA in Australia, and he was teaching us on the subject change management. And he used to change the classrooms, and he used to change every week the assignments. And many students complained, and he said, "You're all here to learn change, so get used to it." So I believe now even Amity has tried to bring in that for us to change from Zoom to this particular platform. Now I can see Saurabh Agarwal sir also on the call. Sir, are you there? Because I believe you're also a panelist. Can now hear from you.
Right, sir. I was just listening to all of you, sir. That was a wonderful discussion as far as this change technology, the digital transformation is concerned. So I'll just share what this digital transformation is in a few minutes, and what are really the challenges which are being faced while implementing this digital transformation in few of the industries where I've been associated with. So that gave me a very real life experience of how actually this digital transformation is taking place in the industry. And I would surely like all of you to even help me with your views on as far this digital transformation is concerned. So I'll just put it in, I'll just share my screen, and these are some of the points which I have come across. And then I'll talk of two real places where I've been implementing this digital transformation in real life.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt in between, but I believe that every resource person can take 35 to 40 minutes, and then towards the end we can have a Q&A session, or maybe during the session also a participant feels that there's something they need to ask. So after the presentation, after the talk, they can just ask the questions. But it would be great if every speaker first takes 35 to 40 minutes to give an overview of their own perspective about a respective sector or industry, and then we can take the questions and answers. Thank you.
Ma'am, just give that approval for sharing the screen.
Okay. Can the IT team please allow sharing of screen? Sir wants to share a presentation. So are you able to share now?
No, it is still saying requesting for permission, waiting for approval. This is what is visible on my screen. Requesting for permission, waiting for approval.
Just a second. Look at this, sir. Dr. Saurabh wants to share his presentation, and it is showing that the permission is not there. Yeah.
It's accepted. Now please check once again.
Okay. Sir, I think you can try now, and I believe it should be. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just give a brief on what digital transformation is, what I've been able to tell. So it presents organizations with the opportunity to reimagine the way their businesses is run through in the new digital process and tools. And then I'll discuss what are these digital processes and tools. However, as with any change management initiative, there are challenges businesses will face throughout the transformation process, ranging from people-centric issues, structural problems, technical barriers, and everything in between. So this is what my real life experience also has been. While you are changing your business through this digital processes, there are three basic concerns. One is concern which is related to people already involved in that business, then the structure of that organization, and then the third one is the technical barrier. So these I have also faced, and that is why I've written these are the three issues which are generally faced when the business is going through this new digital process. Now, the biggest digital transformation challenges organizations face, right? So one is lack of change management strategy, right? People do not want to change actually. Complex software and technology, right? People are thrown with complex softwares and technology for this new change, driving adoption of new tools and processes, continuous evaluation of customer needs, lack of a digital transformation strategy, lack of proper IT skills, people do not have those skills, security concerns, budget constraints, and culture mindset. So these are some of the issues which the digital transformation is actually facing. And we need to have an answer for each of these issues if we really want this digital transformation to be happening in all the industries so that these industries can survive. Now, why is digital transformation difficult? Digital transformation is not only adopting new software technologies and processes, like all of us now are there on a common platform using these platforms, right? So this is a new digital transformation which has actually happened, and that is why we are all connected through this digital transformation and not connected physically. It's not only adopting new software technologies and processes that are more efficient and automated than traditional business practices and processes. It is an entirely new, innovative way of doing something that is core to your business. So this being an academic institution, you need to do this kind of things, and for that they have taken this kind of a new digital transformation of connecting people and getting their ideas through. And I think in my last 2 to 3 years of this digital transformation of using this kind of a platform, this is the 10th platform which I've been using to share my views, right? So this is almost the 10th platform. I was just wondering yesterday, what is the number now? So this is the 10th platform. So just see the kind of digital transformation which has happened. That means organizations must consider everything when taking on a digital transformation initiative, from how people will react to the change, whether the people in the organization, what is their reaction to the change, how it will impact customer relations, right? Whether the customers, which are the utmost concern for the organization, will they be accepting this change? What is the cost involved, and how it will align to the business goals, right? So these are the 4 issues which we need to address. Digital transformations empower organizations to take their businesses into future and position companies to withstand competition and grow into new areas. So it is utmost important that if you need to survive, you need to implement this digital transformation while taking care of all the issues I have mentioned. But there is no way you can avoid it. The reason being, this is the way you can withstand competition and your business can grow into new areas, which is utmost important because the cost of the business is increasing every day. So until unless you grow into new areas, right, it will be difficult to survive. And the best way to grow into new areas is to use this digital transformation. But all of that is easier said than done, right? It's very easy what I'm trying to put over here, but implementing it, I have myself found it to be very difficult. According to digital transformation statistics, this is a statistics which I just got, 70% of all digital transformation programs fail due to employee resistance. This is one survey which I did, right? And I found that the failure was 70% due to employee resistance and lack of support from the management, right? So there was a lack of support from the management sometimes, and sometimes because the employees were resistant to it. And only 16% of employees said that their company's digital transformation efforts improve their performance are sustainable, right? So only 16% of the employees think that the digital transformation has been done by the company, it has improved the performance vis-a-vis what was their performance when it was not implemented. So that is the kind of scenario which is like coming up in the industry. And this is a small thing of statistics which I intend to share. 9 top digital transformation challenge impacting businesses in 2023. While digital transformation presents unique opportunities for organizations to innovate and grow, it also forces critical thinking and potentially reimagine aspects that are core to your business. Here are the 9 important challenges to consider when undertaking digital transformation in 2023. The first is the lack of the change management strategy. Organizations with a thorough change management strategy are 6 times more likely to meet or exceed digital transformation objectives. Having a strong change management culture is vital for any organization's success. A lack of change strategy sets up any new project or implementation planner for failure. So everybody should be looking forward for the change management, right? Change is the only permanent, right? That is what we think. An effective change management strategy involves planning a project by identifying the root cause of issues and building relationships with all stakeholders and employees, right? So all of us should look, or all of us should vow for the change management strategy. Second is complex software and technology. That was the second point I've written. Enterprise software is inherently complex. New technologies can be intimidating. This is a large challenge for organizations undergoing digital transformation, both from an implementation and data integration perspective. Like all these platforms which have come up, we need to learn them. The employees in any organization need to understand how these online platforms have to be used, because they are naturally complex and the technology behind it is also complex. Leaders should consider this when in the early stage of transformation project and seek out the most intuitive integrated systems. So it has a complex software and technology, driving adoption of new tools and processes. New processes and technologies often present challenges in form of resistance to the change from the tenured employees, who feel there is nothing wrong with the way they are currently doing it. That is a very common scenario. People do not want to change, right? And they are hesitant in taking up the new technology. The new software implementation organizations must provide comprehensive onboarding training, right? There should be some kind of a training given to those employees, and this training should be continuous, right? So that employees become productive and patient with the use of these new softwares. So this is the next thing which I would like. If people are exposed to this kind of a technology, they should be given some kind of a training, right? And it should be sometimes continuous in nature with whatever is getting added to it. Continuous evaluation of customer needs, right? So the most important is the needs of the customer, right? Organizations are always evolving, and because of this COVID-19, right? You need to continuously evaluate what the customer wants. That changes as the world evolves and industries change. And this is more important with the backlash of COVID-19. Right? Digital transformation is not an easy project, and intensive transformation efforts can take years to accomplish. What happens if during the time your customer needs changes? The customer needs changes, evaluation of customer problems will happen, right? So you always need to continuously evolve the needs of the customer, right? The customer can be a student, the customer can be a person buying a commodity, so anybody can be a customer, but you need to continuously evaluate what are the needs of your customer, right? And the needs are even more changing fastly, right? This is what we have seen right after COVID-19. Right. So this is the fourth issue. Fifth one is lack of a digital transformation strategy. Right. So while you are replacing legacy systems, traditional systems, and manual processes for new digital systems, does your organization have a plan to implement advanced and complex systems? Right. So what is your plan to implement it? Are you ready to properly migrate your existing system to the new ones? These are all the questions that should be answered before you implement a digital transformation process. right? So the next point is, do you have a proper planning for the implementation of the digital transformation? Then lack of proper IT skills. Now the IT skills have become the basic skills nowadays, right? To succeed in your transformation efforts, you will need skilled, high-performing IT team. Like just a few minutes back, right, the IT team were responsible for sharing the screen. So until unless they are well trained to share the screen, right, how will the digital transformation go about? So we just saw that if this, because if you don't have that proper IT skills, again the system may go down. So, and that is difficult to put together, especially in the current technology work shortage, right? Competent, skilled IT people are difficult to find. According to an enterprise study, 54% of organizations said they are not able to accomplish the digital transformation goals because of lack of technically skilled employees. So all of us can now see the challenges that we need to have technically skilled employees also coming into picture, and we should do something to have these technically qualified skilled employees, maybe get these skills in a university somewhere, but we need these kinds of people so that they can take the digital transformation forward. The challenges presented to organizations include lack of skill sets, right? Like in cybersecurity, application architectures, software integrations, data analytics, data migration. These are all some new things, and these are the basic IT skills which we are looking in a person if you really want to implement the digital transformation. So organizations that lack IT professionals can combat the challenge by outsourcing this. You can outsource because there are people to do all this for you, right? You outsource it to consultants, right? They'll take care of all the IT needs of an organization. The seventh is naturally the security concern, right? All of us have lots of data getting generated, and this data is quite sensitive. So we are always concerned with the cyber attack on our data, because that every industry is now data centric. Data is the new oil, right? So we'll have to see how secure is the data when the digital transformation is actually taking place. The eighth, the most important issue is the budget constraint, right? Do you have right amount of budget? Because digital transformation, I said, is not a cheap investment, right? It's a very, very expensive investment, right? So the budget, what are the budget constraints for organizations that have a less than stellar transformation strategy? Scope creep can slowly start to push back deadlines and add in new work, all adding to the cost of the project. So you should have enough budget to implement the digital transformation. So that is the eighth point. The ninth is the cultural mindset, right? So the culture of any place or any organizations with legacy systems and manual processes have an old school mentality. That is what also we have found. Things change slowly, automation is looked down upon, and new technologies are difficult to adopt. A huge challenge of digital transformation is a cultural one, right? So there are many places I have seen, because of their cultural legacy, it is very difficult to bring about the digital transformation. Now, these are some of the tips for overcoming the challenges of the digital transformation, which I could figure out. First is invest in a digital adoption platform. A new digital application or process will not automatically be more effective. You will need to provide proper onboard training and support to your employees or end users to empower them to use these systems better. So it's just not the adoption of the digital transformation. Your employees should be trained and supported to use it. To ensure the success of your digital transformation project, right, invest in digital adoption platform. That means make people aware of it, make people learn it, and provide continuous support for them. Now they provide organizations with no-code tools to create in-app content to provide a contextual onboarding experience, right? So we have variety of tools available. Some are with the coding and some are without the coding. But there are no-code tools also now available for the people to use. So this is the next thing which people can use, right? I'll just go through it. Now, I've been I've been trying to implement just my experience with this digital transformation. I've been implementing in Central Warehousing Corporation, right? And there are a lot of warehouses of the government, right, under the banner of Central Warehousing Corporation in India, right? And now we are trying to implement all this digital transformation there so that we can make best use of these warehouses. This is what the government is doing, right? And just a part of that implementation and trying to understand, right, their mindset, what they have been doing in the past, and how can digital transformation help them to make better use of their warehouses. This is what we are actually doing, right? Because lots of this को हम लोग कहते हैं अनाज, बहुत सारा अनाज in warehouses में it perishes, right? Because things are not properly things are not properly moving, right? So we are trying to streamline everything using digital transformation so that these warehouses become an asset to the country. The second experience which I have is implementing this digital transformation in one of the biggest car companies, car manufacturers in India, which is MSIL or Maruti Suzuki Industries Limited. Right, and now they are the ones who are implementing digital transformation, right, at the helm of the affairs, right, because they have lots of things on which to work upon. They are looking at the sale aspect. They are looking at the products which are defective, because they have a very big inventory of the different spare parts, right, which go into as a defective, and there's a big drain of resources. That is the second thing which they are actually looking at. The third thing, they are looking at the logistics, right, how the vehicles which are manufactured in one part of the country, in Gurgaon and Manesar, right, how they are transported efficiently, right, throughout the entire country. And they have only two modes of transporting it. One is through rail and the second one is through road. There is no air transport as far as the shipping of these vehicles are actually concerned. So that part also they are actually looking into, right? Then they are also looking into the failure of the machines, right? They have lots of robots installed in their manufacturing plant, and they are also working on, right, at what point of time there could be a problem in the robots, right? And before that happens, right, what should be done, right, so that there is no wastage of time and the plant does not shut down. So that is the another thing, or that is the another digital transformation actually they are looking at, right? So I was there just trying to help the people there, the team which has been assigned this kind of a job, trying to help them in doing some some analysis on the data, right? Because they are generating lots of data, right? They are generating lots of data. So what I'm trying to say is that the digital transformation is now starting to happen in our country, right? And people have realized that if this is not done at this point of time, right, maybe they will be left out and it will become difficult for the industry to survive. The only thing is the challenges which I have tried to write over here, which I have felt, right, as part of the digital transformation, they need to be taken care of, right? And people need to focus on the customer, they need to focus on the employees, they need to focus on the budget, they need to focus on the training and continuous support, right? All these are very key issues for any industry, and then only this digital transformation can actually happen. So this is a small presentation, and this is my view as far as the implementation or digital transformation in our industries is happening. But whatever experience I have seen that this process has started in the industries in India, right? And they have tried to understand that this is the only way out, and this is the only way they can survive with the backdrop of COVID-19.
Saurabh sir, thank you so much for so Saurabh sir, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. It is really useful for us and the participants to actually understand that how digitalization is affecting the various processes in an organization. And I'm sure we have participants from the different parts of the world, and they have few questions like in their country, how the digitalization can affect the various sectors or various processes in your organization. So I would like to open the session for a while for the participants. If they have any question, they can ask Mr. Saurabh.
See, for this is any questions as far as digital transformation is concerned, right? So digital transformation, as I said, is all basically analytics co-centric, right? So you need to work on the analytics, the kind of data which is getting generated in every industry, right? And then you need to have those kinds of applications, like the kind of workshop we are happening right now. This is happening because of this online platform, right? If you don't have this online platform, all of us will not be able to share our views. Now, this is one thing which has come up as a result of COVID-19. We never had this kind of anything happening in the past. So this is also a digital transformation, right? So, but then all of you are been using this platform, right? So you are trained for it. You are continuously getting supported to use these kinds of digital platforms. That is the basic requirement, right? And if you talk of the employees in the industry, they need to further be groomed to use all these IT skills.
Yes, completely agree, sir. So, Vidhi ma'am, you want to add something?
Yeah, rightly said by you, sir, that yes, we, in a way or other, we all are, into this process of transformation. And since we are having a lot of, professionals here from different organizations from different countries, so you might be facing, certain things or certain issues while you are implementing such things. So the session is open for all of you to ask any of the question if you find any of the thing or any issue if you find. So the session is open for questions, all of you.
We are able to see Nui. Nui, we are looking forward for your questions.
From me?
Yeah. Any question for our expert?
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. It's a kind of interesting information you're presenting recently. So my question here is, in your presentation, you mentioned the 16% of the employees can accept the changes, and maybe the remaining percentage of this organization we have some resistance to accept digital transformation. So I'm interested in that point, and so can you elaborate again? You can refer and how such kind of data can I search, because it is very interesting. So this is my question to Mr. Sarah. Thank you.
See, we floated a questionnaire, ma'am. We floated a questionnaire on the digital transformation in a number of industries. And the data was collected from at various segments, starting from the top level management to mid-level management to the bottom level management, right? And there was a clear thing which was coming out from the data when we analyzed it. We found that most of the people in the middle and the bottom segment, they never agreed with the change. They were not ready to implement it. The second point was, we also saw what was their age, right? What was their age? Though they were in the bottom or the mid-level management, they were all a little more aged. That is also what we see, because we were trying to analyze that which is that segment in the industry which is not ready to accept the digital transformation. Is that segment entirely coming from the lower or the middle segment, that is one part of the story. The second part of the story is what is their cultural background. The third part of the story is what is the age bracket of these kinds of people, because then only we'll be able to think of a strategy to bring about this change management. Until unless we understand who are these people who are resistant to the adoption of the digital transformation, we will not be able to have a strategy in place. Because we are not interested to replace the employees, because they have been working in the organization for a very long time. They know their domain, they know their processes, right? So the organizations are not willing to bring about a change in the workforce. They want the same workforce to continue, but we'll have to give them a way how to change their mindset so that they get interested in going about this change management.
Yes, thank you. So can I ask additional question?
Sure, man.
Yes, sure.
Yes. So your questionnaire survey will cover only in India, or how many countries do you do this questionnaire? This is my first question. And the second question is that, so comparing these two percentage is very desperate, seeing just only under less than 20% of the employee can accept the changes. So why does such kind of percentage in reality? So how we can get success in doing digital transformation nationwide or worldwide? This is my second question, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, that was also something which was very new finding for all of us, ma'am. Right? As of understanding the workforce, right now we have taken up only the industries in India, where we are trying to bring about this change and trying to understand the workforce behind it. And to us also, the most astonishing part was that not more than 20% of the people are willing to undergo this digital transformation due to a number of reasons. That was one of the very important findings from this, because until unless we have these findings, we will not be able to push the digital transformation across in the industries. So right now that is where we are working on, right? Trying to understand from the cultural mindset of view, from the IT skills point of view, trying to understand where do we pitch in? What is that we need to work upon in these employees so that this digital transformation is possible? So that kind of a job or that kind of a responsibility has been given to us, right, by the top level management, because these people are bent upon in bringing about the digital transformation, because that is the only way you can look forward or you can survive in the future. So this is a big challenge, right, as of now, right, and we have identified a few few things, right, on which we have started working upon, right, as far as the industry in India is concerned. But then, since demographically also India is big, culturally also it is huge, right? So we'll have to concentrate. We cannot have the same adoption everywhere. That also we know, right? So we'll have to look it from a regional perspective also, in trying to understand the workforce in any particular industry. But this problem has even become bigger after COVID-19, I tell you, right? So so we are working on that, right? And until unless we get a solution to this, the digital transformation is difficult to happen in this country, which is looking forward to a 5 trillion economy. So that could only be possible if the digital transformation happens, because without it, you cannot reach that benchmark. And for this to happen, right, lot of things needs to be done, right? Changing from the cultural mindset, from the upskilling the technology, upskilling the workforce, right? Have a good budget as far as the implementation is concerned, right? And proper IT support and continuous support needs to be given. So these are what we are actually concentrating on, and hopefully we'll be able to bring this digital transformation in this huge country.
Thank you so much, sir, for actually defining that India is aggressively moving towards the digital transformation, and I'm sure the countries from which our participant belongs are equally thriving for the same. So, Ken, thank you so much for putting on the table the interesting questions, and I think Mr. Amit is also there, and he is also able to answer the Ken in a more or in a different perspective. You are able to provide to the Ken, Mr. Amit.
No, I'm happy to add
Yeah.
the response.
We would glad to hear you, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
The response was very detailed, and I was listening very intently because from a perspective of what else can I add to that, choice of technology, choice of platform, right, does play, and just adding on, not wanting to repeat with everything that was said, was valid and relevant. Right? But if I may add on choice of platform, the relevance of the technology that is being used to do the creation final outcome. I think that is also very, very important. And that is where, if we choose the wrong platform, or let me just go back to the beginning, designing and architecting the overall transformation process, right, with a firm view of why we are doing it and what is the outcome that we would like to see at the end of this journey is very, very important, right? Sometimes there are projects I have seen where organizations start on a journey because somebody else is doing it, or because there is a view that it will make us more profitable, or will make us more effective, or increase customer delight or customer experience, and so on and so forth. That's all fine, but they are all in silos. To look at it holistically and the overall project, what is it that we are transforming? Why is it that we're doing? What does the end state look like? And therefore, what platforms, technologies, and tools should we select to go on this journey? And what are the tools, right? I think that is very critical, because sometimes, now, having said that, it is a moving target. And why? Because many of these transformation journeys take more than a year, sometimes even multiple years, right? And to get to that final stage, as we are moving along, some of these tools and platforms are getting updated, some of them change, and therefore, we need to have an end state in mind. So I'll give an example of what one of my, if I may call, digital transformation journeys in the role that I was doing prior in Tata Communications. We work with large enterprise accounts, right? So for our salespeople, it is very important that they know about these accounts, these companies, these large enterprise companies, Fortune 1000 companies, before they go and have a conversation, right? Gone are the days where one can go to a customer and say that, or to a company and say, tell me what keeps you awake at night. Tell me your problems. Right? The companies will not entertain that, right? The senior executives would actually want somebody who has come in to speak, who is knowledgeable, at least whatever is publicly available in terms of challenges faced by that industry. So if we are going to go and speak to a senior executive in the banking industry, they would expect that we have some background in terms of what their company does, who their competitors are, what's working for them, what's not working for them, and where we can help them, improve their business process, right? So from a marketing perspective, what we created as a platform was to be able to collate information from public sources and be able to then present that back. So, who is the person that we are meeting? What are the things that they have said in the what is it in that company's being said in that company's annual report? Is their company traded? What are their competitors doing? What are some of the regulatory pressures and other areas that may be forcing such organizations to relook at their business where they need transformation, and then how can we apply digital transformation to help the customer, right? So that was the platform that we were creating. Now, when our salespeople would want to meet such customers, we could have a team of researchers who would search and create a document and give that, right? But as the requests started increasing, we couldn't keep increasing the number of researchers, because that, you can add more people, but that's throwing people at the problem. So we actually decided to create a platform, right? So we created a platform on a specific technology. I'm not naming the technology. It's a very well-known technology, and we use that. And then we realized that it has certain implications which are more on the cost side. So while everything was working, we went on to a second platform. And in the second platform, again, it's a very well established platform. It didn't have the cost implications, but at a point in time, we couldn't scale that platform, right? So then we went into a third technology platform, right? And that is where we were able to then create, because by that time, AI and machine learning, AI and ML had become pretty prevalent, right? So our third rollout, I won't say attempt, because each of them were successes, right? But in their own way, we then migrated to a different platform. The third platform actually allowed us to have elements of artificial intelligence, AI, ML built in, where we trained the engine to go and actually read online an annual report and come back with a SWOT analysis of the company. So instead of somebody having to read through the whole annual report and figure out, this could do it in a matter of seconds. It does, right? And come back with a SWOT analysis, right? What strength, weakness, opportunities, threats for that company based on what they're saying, what's happening in the industry, what is their key strategic objectives in the annual report. So this is much prior to ChatGPT, right? So we have that capability. So the important part is not that we were wrong about our platform choice at any time, right? At that point in time, the platform that we had chosen each time was fit for purpose. But as we outgrew them, right, for various reasons, we had to keep changing. But one thing we didn't change is the objective of the project, the reason why we are doing it, and what is the outcome that we want. We were very clear that we were doing this because we wanted to make our business teams, our sales teams more effective, efficient in engaging our clients and customers, and our customers to actually look forward to somebody from communications to come and meet them because they were so well informed, right? So how do we actually, now you can say that yes, a salesperson or any person can sit and search and create and find out all that information. Yes, they can. Anybody can do that. This is publicly available information, but it would take them perhaps a week, right, to do all this, which we can do in a matter of minutes, right? So we were able to increase their effectiveness and efficiency by tuning this tool that was democratized and available. So why I'm going into so much depth is sometimes if you lose your way in the digital transformation journey because some platforms and tools come and talk about certain features, functionality, which may or may not be relevant or key to your transformation journey, to what you're trying to achieve, then one can get derailed in the project. So I'm going to a lot of detail, giving an example to say that the choice of platform, the choice of technology is important. Very often, during the course of life of the project, you will go from one technology to another platform. But at the end of the day, it's about being able to look at why we are doing this transformation, what is the benefit, who's benefiting, and what is the output and outcome that we wish to deliver. Now, having said that, as we change platforms, I think both the other speakers before me have mentioned you need to have people trained in that. There are budgets involved because budgets can be different for each other. There are then more technicalities in terms of system interfaces, etc., that change based on the technology platform that is being used. Don't want to get too much into technology, but there are other aspects that one needs to look at, right, to ensure that it works seamlessly across the entire system, right? So I'd like to pause over there and say that's what I wanted to add in terms of what are the other things that we need to look at.
Thank you so much, Amit sir, and it is absolutely adding a different perspective to the response given by Saurabh sir. I'm sure Ken is getting a new perspective of digital transformation by the responses of our experts, and I indeed agree that objective should be the core of anything, and the rest of the things should be planned around it. So digital transformation, the objective should not, even if you are implementing the digital technologies, the objective of the organization should remain the basis. So thank you so much, Amit sir. I would like to invite some more questions from the participants. I'm sure you are going to receive enriching responses from our experts. So I'm able to see few names on my screen. We have Taris Sinha with us. We have Celio with us. We would love to hear questions from you, and I assure you that you will receive some of the possible solutions to for your organizations. Anyone from the cohort?
Sir, please tell me.
Yeah, hi. Hi,
Sir,
Ben,
please
how are
tell
you?
me. Teacher,
Yeah.
I know what is the learning management system, communication, other methods in or digitalization. Digital transformation is very useful for our country. In learning management system, use economics, economic, regular economic, and master of or development degree. Then I to study digital transformation about learning management system and utilization of our country based on communication strategy. Please tell me about the learning management system. Definitely. I'm sorry, please.
Yeah. So when we am I pronouncing your name correctly? Please forgive me if I am not able to pronounce it correctly. Is it Vivin?
Thank you, teacher.
Yeah. So Vivin, very interesting question, and the learning management system is something on which academics, since we are professors in a university, we are also working upon. So I would like to invite our experts, Saurabh sir and Amit sir, to share their views on the same.
Thank you, teacher. I note it.
Saurabh, would you like to go first?
Thank you, teacher.
Anything specific on this LMS or learning management system?
Okay.
Anything specific you want to comment on so that my reply is more pinpointed?
Yeah, and maybe better would be if you are able to share the department or the company or your profile so that Saurabh sir can relate with the question in a more deeper manner. So in which department you are actually working?
Okay. Ministry for Education, our new national education strategy plan, the DD member, I want to create a strategy. This is important role of learning management system, online, offline, and blended learning.
See, as far as I could understand you, even this is the new thing which has now been come up. One is the learning management system, right, which we generally now call it as LMS, right? So this LMS is getting incorporated by, I think, in most of the academic institutions who are trying to do something online, right? Whether they want to impart online education, right? That is where this learning management system is coming into the picture. Now, through this LMS, everything is automated. But the most important thing is you will have to understand every aspect of that LMS, right? So you'll have to understand how the video is getting recorded, how is this video going to be shared with all the participants, which participant should be shared and to whom not to share it, right? What is the time for sharing this particular video? Then all the way the student is whose tests are conducted, right? Exam is conducted, that is also happening through LMS. So how will you incorporate the subject paper from the various people, and then what is the window which has to be given to that particular person for doing the exam? How will you do the exam, submit the exam, and then how will it get evaluated? So what I'm trying to say is all these features make up the LMS, right? And LMS is one of the digital transformation which is happening in universities like MIT, right, and so many other universities. They are adopting this digital transformation through LMS, which most of the faculties were actually doing it manually. But just to speed up the process, to make things more transparent, more accountable, right, this new digital transformation of LMS is getting adopted in most of the universities in India. And the like MIT has a very it has a history of online education. So I think they were the pioneers in implementing the LMS platform. And this is, so LMS is an example of digital transformation in academia. This is what I can say, right? And such kind of digital transformations are very specific to the different industries in India. But people who are involved, they have to have a continuous support, continuous learning of trying to understand how to make the best use of LMS. I have seen many places where LMS has been adopted, but people hardly understand how efficiently they can use the LMS platform.
Yes.
That kind of a guidance, that kind of a training, right, and that continuous support has to be given to the faculties in that particular universities so that they can get the entire benefit of that LMS. Because these LMSs are very expensive, right? You need a lot of hardware and you need a lot of expertise to develop this kind of LMS.
Yes. Thank you so much, Saurabh sir, for putting the things in a very simpler way. Thank you. Amit sir, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I'm happy to add, and that was very, very relevant, useful, and on point. Thank you for sharing that. But let me also add the industry perspective, right? So in an organization, in a company where we are working, the effectiveness of the organization, the success of the organization is of course dependent on the people, right? It's the people who design the products and services, who take it to the market, who source the partners, alliances, and all of that, right? Who engage with customers, both at times of sales, service, support, all of that, right? So the human element, the human capital is very, very important. So we recognize that in our organization very early, right? And we actually have created our own in-house, if I may, LMS platform. So the platform is one perspective, and there's a lot that was said about it, and the hardware. So setting that aside, what is very important is also to map the learning journeys, right? So if a person is in sales, or if a person is in R&D, or if an employee is in finance, or an employee is in HR, right? What would their learning journeys look like, right? For them to grow in their job, right? To the next level and to the next level, right? What, therefore, are the kind of learning interventions, courses that are required to get them through that? Some of them would be in person, some of them would be virtual, some of them could be classroom where you need to go to a college and get go for a session, so on. So that mapping of that job journey and the courses and training interventions needs to be done, right? Then, not everyone wants to stay in the same stream throughout, right? So there are technical people in pre-sales who want to come into sales. There are salespeople who may want to go into a slightly different role. There are HR folks who may want to come into a different role, and so on and so forth, right? So you also have the streams which are crossing each other, right? Now that becomes a little more complicated because then you need to be able to impart basics, right? Because obviously if a person is in sales, is in technical and is coming into sales, she usually need to learn about that, right? And vice versa. So that requires some cross training and maybe some basics which is required. So we did that as well. So we have the career map ability to map out to if somebody wants to change their stream of work, what are the kind of courses they need to do to be effective in joining or to be successful in the new, right? So these are some of the things that we have to think through and provide for. And then there's of course the platform and the tool and all of that which hosts this and helps deliver the courses, makes sure that the participant is engaged, measures, tracks, monitors, and then has the dashboard reports back saying how the person is doing. And the person also knows how they're tracking their learning, right? So that's how we've implemented it in our organization, right? And there are external interventions where we are working with educational institutes, with research institutes, etc., and then also for academia and courses to provide these kind of interventions. So I just thought I'd give this perspective of how learning management plays a key role in ensuring the growth and the development and growth of employees, which ultimately leads to the success of the organization.
Thank you so much,
very much,
sir.
Thank you so much.
I hope you are able to get your answer, right? Thank you for putting the question. Now we are moving ahead with the session, and till now Mr. Saurabh and Mr. Amit has shed some light on how the digitalization is happening and changing the faces of various businesses and industries. We have another two experts with us. We have Mr. Chinmay with us, we have Mr. Girish with us. Mr. Girish has recently joined the meeting. So thank you so much, sir, for joining. And let me give you a brief profile. Let me share a brief profile of sir with you. Mr. Girish is serving as a Senior Vice President, Talent, Supply Chain and HR, Birlasoft Noida. He has a passion for talent agenda. Mr. Girish have deep expertise in talent strategy, workforce planning, unlocking value and functional effectiveness. He is inclined towards technology leverage talent transformation charter, comfortable in driving outcomes in a global setup with a startup mindset. He is a strong advocate of digitalization and leveraging ecosystem to bring in best of future-proof solutions. Consultative mindset and believe in building highly motivated and empowered teams to drive impact. So welcome, sir. Welcome to our session. Girish, sir, are you able to hear us?
Hi, Pallavi. Thank you for the introduction, and hello and greetings to everyone on the call. This is Girish.
Yeah. I would also like to request Mr. Chinmay to join us.
Yes, Pallavi, I'm very much here.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Chinmay. So for the participants, we have another two experts And I would also like to request Saurabh sir and Amit sir to stay with us during this session, because participants would be seeking more of the suggestions from you. So Girish sir, Chinmay sir, please, over to you.
So Mr. Chinmay, you want to start?
No, I had to briefly address the gathering initially. So maybe you can share your thoughts
Sure.
on this topic.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me over the session. While I heard the last 15 minutes or so, I believe this is an opportunity for all the participants to get more appreciative of what are the challenges that different sectors are facing in light of the digital disruption that's going across. It's a very passionate area for me. My exposure is laser sharp on the ITES area. However, I will try and throw in a generic perspective. As all of you would be aware that the technology space globally is going through a significant transformation. That's also the driver for global economy to basically have more efficiency being come into system, become more agile, more faster coming to the market, being able to deliver the services to their clients, to the end customer, and basically if you were to look at it, the public sector or the government sector, how is it that the services or the offerings can reach to the end citizens and end participants in a faster, more agile, and an experiential manner, which is significantly delightful from what the past experience over the years would have been for them. So I'll just try and take about 15 minutes or so, and then I will take a pause and hear out any clarification. So bear with me for a quick rundown on the digital landscape and how it is, my views on it. I'm not going to get into the technical part of what technology, how, what are the new emerging technologies. I'll keep it generic for most of you to be appreciative of what I'm talking about. The economy that I talked about, which is growing in because there is a lot of pull coming in for companies to evolve, experiences, new startup to bring in new offering. It is happening from a talent side. If you were to look at it, what is getting significantly driven is demand for the talent that actually gets to be appreciative of those technology, works on the technology, and makes the intent deliver to the outcome, right? So there is a demand of a certain skill set, certain capability, and then there is a supply. And when you talk of the supply, those are the human beings, which are someone would have done, let's say, a course or their experience in a Java, in a .NET, in an ERP. These are all very technical jargons, which I will keep very limited. But again, it's a very, very specialized field and it's very siloed. Not often the technology is fungible from one technology to other technology because that's how it is stacked up. It is a very highly agile industry. What happened 2 quarters back could be very different to the drivers which the next coming 2 quarters are going to be driven. So the demand and supply equation in the ITES industry is very dynamic. And I will throw in probably a couple of minutes to outline what are the kind of trades and behaviors which are required for the people who work in this part of the industry. It is typically a very matrix organization. It is typically a very fast-moving, agile workforce. So people need to be very comfortable in learning, unlearning, and then relearning. Keeping yourself relevant to the technology, keeping yourself relevant in this rapidly transforming, changing landscape is very, very important for the employees to be relevant for the type of work which is coming in. So you see that there's a good amount of refresh that needs to happen to the existing set of people. That being on one side, the other side is the freshers which are there, which are people graduating from campuses and coming to the workforce at the entry level. How relevant they are and what do they bring to the table in terms of their proficiency, their know-how to work in a corporate environment, their journey from campus to corporate is something that organizations heavily invest in. Having talked of that, I think I firmly believe that the trades which is for today's tech worker, or more, the term is getting to be re-christened into a gig worker. Gig is someone who's working in a very agile mindset. It's more about the younger workforce which is coming into the workforce and the kind of way in which the work is getting fragmented, right? In the earlier years, or the erstwhile economy that you would look at outside of IT space, it would be, you show me what your career is today and how the career spans over the number of years, and you could have a linear line going in terms of connecting those years. Today, it is not such a linear line. It is more maneuverable, which is what drives the passion and the excitement in today's younger generation who come in this workforce. It is also very matrix driven. It is also very culturally orientation, where you might be working with Indian clients, you might be working with co-workers sitting in Manila, maybe sitting in Africa, maybe sitting in Europe, US. So there is a much higher exposure to the cultural element. On top of, there are very different social skills that come into for the players to come in. And I did hear the previous speaker talk about the learning management systems and all that. Those are tools and means to basically manage the workforce. How do you have enough and more information about your employees for them, the companies, to be aware of what skill sets they are on, what capabilities, what competencies they are on. And if we have, as an organization, if we need to have a transition into a new technology or a higher level of proficiency, how is it that the organizations invest in individuals in terms of the learn, unlearn, and relearn journey that I talked about? So there are a lot of wrap around. There are a lot of peripheral scope emerging for enabling, be it in terms of system of records, if that is what you call where you keep the employees record, or transaction records and all that. So capability which is required from this set of ITS workers is very, very different. That was on the part of the persona of the roles which is there. Now let's talk on the persona of the individual. As I said, the new generation, the gig workers who are coming out, their aspirations are very different. Their drivers are very different. No longer they would look at something which is employability for life, or employment for life, sorry, not employability, but employment for life. They're no longer looking for employer to give them employability for life. They would look at what is it that excites me at this stage in my life, career, and what is the company that can give me those unique things that I'm looking at. And those drivers could be very different. For someone who's taking care of parents at home, might be a flexibility of a location, flexibility of the time, flexibility of anything else. Someone who's looking for ability to learn something apart from the core work that they are doing, someone needing to take time off, the requirement could be different, very different. So how does the organization stand up and cater to those aspirations becomes one part. The other related point to that would be from an organization standpoint, given the disruption which is taking place in the digital space, how do companies retain the talent? Because once you hire a talent and you get them onboarded in an organization, they are getting investment from the organization. There's a time which is going in terms of nurturing of the employees. How is it that the organization keep the employees engaged? How is it that they invest in them so that their careers are taken care of, and they feel that they have been cared for? Social mental well-being is also something which is very focus area right now, because given the last 2 years that we are coming out of pandemic now, it has also disrupted the way the setup in the ITS industry was. There is a lot of focus on remote working, hybrid working, and different models. Different companies are emerging with different models for what is suitable to them and their clients and their employee sets. Mental well-being, as I said, how is it that the individuals are able to cope with this changing landscape, with various different kind of pull and push pressure coming on the individual. So I think that's also very specific area that's emerged recently. And the last of the point that I would like to close this part and then open up for Q&A is, given that this is the demand and the supply part that we started the conversation, what's also happening with this equation increasing on both sides? You need more and more talented people to come in the organization and be a part of the workforce. Because of this, the credentials of the individual who come in the system at times are doubtful, and that is a kind of filtration that there needs to be checks and balances within the system to be able to weed out people who are claiming for credentials which are not correct, be it in terms of education, be it in terms of employment, be it in terms of the kind of work that they have done. So what people bring to the table, the vetting of that process is becoming more and more stringent and needs to be more and more foolproof. That probably is a weaker spot, and there are many different opportunities having to come in this virtual world, because over the last 2 years, most of the discussions and the interviews, you'll realize, would be happening virtually. So while on one side, companies are becoming cautious to hire the right people, on the other side, the individuals are becoming more smarter in terms of having a lip sync, having a prompting being done, and how do you impersonify an interview and get through to an outcome. So all these things are which probably we wouldn't have thought in this magnitude just a couple of quarters back. So I come back to the point that it's a very agile industry. It's a fine balance between what the demand is pulling in and what the supply is coming to the table, and it is always very dynamic. It changes. I've been associated with the technology sector for last about 20 years, and to be very true, every 2 to 3 years, the dynamics, the pace, the ingredients of this entire equation changes significantly. With that, I'll take a pause and I will invite either Chinmay, you or any participants, then if you want to add on, or other participants to open for some Q&A if you have.
Yeah, Girish sir, this is completely a new perspective. We have talked about manufacturing, we have talked about digitalization in academia through LMS, and this is something new. We are talking about the digital transformation and modern workforces and employment and digital transformation. We are talking about learning, unlearning, and relearning landscape. So completely and a fresh perspective for our participants to think in that line. So I would like to invite few of the participants to ask the questions in the line of human resource management, how you can effectively manage your human resources by using such kind of technologies. So, yeah. Anyone who wants to ask the question? Vivian, you would like to ask the question? Would you like to ask the question? Yeah, Seneth Marcelino, I'm able to see various names on my screen. So Thierry, Ernesto, Celso, I request everyone to please open their cameras and please reap the benefit of the opportunities. Okay. Yeah.
So while Pallav is encouraging for some people to ask, but let me seek more clarification. Yeah. The subject that I shared, was it something my PACE communication which didn't go through, or is the landscape really of the ITS complex? And if that is so, I could even help deliberating more if that helps in terms of better appreciation of this landscape.
Yeah, the tone you set is absolutely fine. We're talking about the digitalization in various sectors. So we are absolutely agree with your viewpoint. That is absolutely fine, sir. So Celio, your question, please. Good to see you, Celio.
Morning.
Morning.
Yes.
How are you?
Fine, and you?
Yeah,
so
good.
Connect late. Yes. I connect at the 11, but I disconnect here in Maputo is running too much, so I get the problem of network.
Okay. That is absolutely, absolutely fine, Celio.
But come again with the question. I didn't hear so quite well.
Celio, there is some connectivity issue at your side because I'm not able to hear you clearly. Can you repeat? Can you repeat your words?
So I said, come again with the question. I didn't hear quite well.
Yeah, we were not asking the question. We in the line of whatever Mr. Girish has just shared with you. So we were inviting you, if you have some question regarding your department or the organization or the talent management by using some digital technologies and digital landscapes, then Mr. Girish would help you in understanding that case. Yeah.
Yeah, was clear what he said, but what I would need to comment is that in our company, we have a big challenge because it's a new company. They are joining two companies, mobile company and a fixed company. It became one company 3 years ago. So we have a big challenge of conversion of technology and the human resource. So this big chunk is a resource that is coming for different environments. So the big challenge is to change the mindset of each employee to the new company. And then another challenge is to make a different system conversing or talking each other. That is a big challenge because we need to invest. We need a budget to do this kind of conversion. So it's not easy because we need the resource. Is what I would like to sharing as our challenge in TEMCEL. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Celio, I realize you bring in a very, very important point of mindset, and thank you for sharing that challenge very openly. If you really look at adoption of technology, mindset, so to say, is the biggest enemy, right? People who need to have their life impacted become a part of the roadblock. It is part of the change management that we should budget for, that as we get into technology adoption, how is it that we talk more and more about what the technology will enable the people to be able to do better? What will it help them to focus on? Maybe more productivity, doing more jobs which are more human connect oriented, reducing their work which is more transactional. If we need to build on the business case of why this is being done, the biggest fear for the populated parties, be it in terms of the company that you work for, and let's say your company is going in for a new product, or let's say for a factory where new automation is getting invested in. People typically have a apprehension of automation, digitalization will lead to job losses. Okay, that's a very big fear that plays on people's mind, and that's something that we need to talk openly. There needs to be a plan on how do we engage the affected employees, affected population, to talk and appreciate. Because if we do not have those people on our side on the merits of why the automation needs to be done, why the digitalization needs to be done, all those people who do not sign up are going to be signing against the change that is going to be happening. So there could be impact in terms of adoption, there could be delays in terms of the result that you're expecting, or there could be a disruption to the services. It's a very, very relevant point, Silo, that you talk about. And that is one very, very important piece that needs to be talked about or thought through and planned for and executed with a human touch. It needs to have an element where you treat all the people, all the affected employees like human beings. At times there could be an opportunity where that just comes across as something that needs to be knocked off. No, it needs to be experienced by those people as something that is being done in a genuine and transparent manner. The other point, Celia, that you talked about was, if there are many systems that are coming in, at one point of time, you will reach a stage where you will be bothered by managing very different databases, many different places that you need to record, and all these systems then do not talk to each other. And if they don't talk to each other, you don't have a single dashboard, or you don't have a single way to control and manage this. And a best practice that we've seen across industry is to have a technology roadmap. Now, how many systems are there in HR? How many systems are there in let's say the finance team? How many systems are there in the sales side? How do I record my sales in my today's system? They could be all standalone, homegrown, or purchases being made through a third party at a different point of time. I believe as organizations mature in their journey to be more digitally aligned and more digitally savvy, it becomes imperative from integration of services. Second, in terms of cost of ownership of those products, because if you have a single platform run across the enterprise, the experience for the employees, the cost of ownership, and your data maneuverability, your ability to move data and see different cuts of data becomes very, very handy. And that really could be the difference between how someone is able to leverage technology for its employees, for its customers, and end outcome, versus someone who is not able to do that. So thank you for that question.
Selu, I hope the inputs help you in solving problems to some extent.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. So it is very informative, and referring your answer to Celio, my additional question is that, so suppose mindset is very important among the employees, and in your answer is full of fact and information. So my question here is, okay, so just as a supervisor or maybe superior level officer, how can I control my employee? You focusing on the technology thing. So my question is, how can I control my employee by using such kind of technology? So we have technology, we have data information, such kind of basic thing. But I wonder, as the superior level officer, how can I control the mindset of my employees to change this kind of changes in our workplace? This is a key thing. So that is why I would like to get your suggestion concerning this. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Keen. Let me try and rephrase that question so that I'm sure I'm clear if I've understood your question. You're saying tools and technologies are there, and you were saying from an as an employee standpoint, how do you get the best out of the employee as a supervisor with those tools, technologies at your hand? How do you get the best out of the employees, and how do you make them appreciative of that? Is that what you've asked for?
That's the one point. Another point is, how can I control their mindset? How can I monitor? How can I change their mindset by using such kind of technology? Because I think to upgrade or to get changes from our employees, we need to get, how can I say, we should monitor and we should have a clear guidance to them. So yes, you mentioned one point is that, the another point is that, how can I control their mindset?
Okay.
So
okay.
I understand mindset is not controllable, but what's the best thing to monitor them?
Okay. Venkin, may I also ask what industry are you in?
Actually, I'm doing the transportation thing.
Okay. Thank you. And the reason why I asked, so as to be specific, and this is a very generic answer that you will feel, but I'm not wanting to be specifically prescriptive, because that's the mistake that most of us do. Tools, technology, automation, digitalization are all means of increasing our productivity, our reach to the market, our outcome. What used to happen over a couple of days now can happen instantaneously, given the tools, technology, connectedness, internet, everything. So things are moving rapidly, and the wastage, which is the time which used to be there, that is getting eliminated. The cost which used to be there in this entire thing is getting eliminated. So things which can be getting eliminated are getting eliminated. But my submission is, and my personal opinion is, that human are the specific reason around who the digitalization is being done. And I will not go into the artificial and machine learning parlance right now, because that's far beyond my comprehension or my area of expertise. So I'll just keep it limited to the impact on humans from a digitalization, digital revolution. And I would specifically point on the point that you said, Chi, which was more around controlling. Okay. I would just extend an invitation to you to say that rather than controlling, rather than the term monitoring, okay, can we look at a word which is, let's say, more compliant? Okay, when you put in digital foundation, digital frameworks, automation, there is an end goal. Today, let's say in your parlance, and I'm just using a very loose example there. Let's say in your work, a truck used to be operative out of the 30 days in a month. 20 days the truck was on the road, and the rest of the 10 days it was downtime because there was loading and unloading being done. Maybe 2 days the driver was not available, and 10 things. So your productivity was 2/3 rather than being 100%. Now, digitalization will push you to closer to 100%. Your truck will be able to run 30 days on the road. You can have from one driver, you can go into multiple drivers. From a downtime which used to happen. Sorry, I got booted out of the call. Can you guys hear me, please? Just confirming.
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Okay. From the manual labor, putting in the load, now it's all automated. So the minute the truck parks in 10 minutes, everything gets loaded and the truck is back on the road. Maybe the manual toll booths used to consume 2 hours in a 24-hour journey. Now it's all automated, smart cards and all that. All that is cut. There used to be a lot of downtime, run costs, so the fuel used to burn and all that got optimized. But trust me, the single factor that remains in the entire journey and the weakest point of failure is if the driver, if the human in the entire engagement isn't signed up for saying that what's in it for him to participate in that journey, the entire investment on digitalization and the entire digital, our intent of moving on the digital part will be a failure. And then the next option comes in, okay, the driver A is not suitable because he's not able to deliver to what we had budgeted for. Let's fire the driver A and let's get the driver B. Right? Driver B will come in and maybe he will do slightly more than what A did. Then he said, oh, B is also not good. Let me get a third smarter person. Then you get C. Your employee churn will ensure that there is a burn in cost happening, and your business case of ROI coming in from the digital investment will start to move left, and all that, and you will not have that savings coming in from the automation. When you go in for any automation or digital transformation, you typically look at today, these are the things. Today, my cost per unit is this. My fuel cost per kilometer is this. My vehicle life is this. And you could put into any industry. You could look at what is happening. Let's say someone who's in the cloth manufacturing or garment manufacturing, someone who's into school, any spread of life, you could look at the building blocks. And then before digitalization, what are the 20 things that you used to have? How is your cost and your revenue stacked up? And once the business, you get into the business of digitalization, with that investment going in for that technology investment, you will want to look at after a certain time, with this investment, how does the landscape change? Is my unit cost coming down? Is my user experience going up? Is my retention of my customer going up? Are my employees any happier than what they were earlier? Earlier, if I was getting 100 employees to make a shipment of, let's say, $20 million worth of shipment in a year, can I now do it with 50 employees? Do I need to get a different caliber of employees? So that's the human centricity in a digital transformation. And my own learning, my own experience for working for many companies is that you need to have that human onboarded, and you need to have that human onboarded in a very warm environment. What I mean by warm, different strata of people that you would look at, the blue collar, white collar, and then you move into gig employees and all. their ability to look at digitalization will invoke different experience or different emotions internally, right? Some of them will feel, oh, there is something coming that we don't understand. What we don't understand is we start fearing. And what we start fearing is that we start distancing ourselves from that fear because we fear that, right? So what happens is that people get alienated from the technology investment that you're doing. You don't want that to happen. You need and understand technology understanding is a difficult game. The more number of years of experience that you have, or the larger, where are you in terms of your working experience, your experience to a smartphone, 20 apps onto it, and how digitally savvy you are will also determine what's your ability to consume inputs on digitalization, and how do you basically then get onboarded, you get on the bandwagon and be party to that change management. So there needs to be evangelists who in the team you need to identify, maybe, and I'm sticking with that example, maybe out of the 20 trucks that you have, you need to identify the smartest of the 3 drivers and get those drivers to be the evangelist, make them understand and help them to understand, them to explain to the rest of the people. Maybe a shop floor, maybe a school administration, maybe a hospital administration, maybe a social working. So how do you gather people who will make this successful is really a high human touch, a high human centric approach. And that to me is a critical component in making a digital journey successful. I hope I answered something to what you posed as a question, Kia.
Thank you very much. It's so informative, and really thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, it is full of information, and I think this is one of the essential leadership skill in the digital era, treating your human resources with more empathy. So that is really important for managing digital transformation or to transform your business. Yeah. Any more question from our participant? Felisberto, would you like to ask something?
Good morning. This is Matasha.
For now, I'll just say good morning and sorry for being late. As I said, there's been heavy rains in Maputo and connectivity was a problem. I managed to get to the office now, so yeah, sorry for that, but I'm here.
Okay. Good to have you, Felisberto. So thank you so much, Girish sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Chinmay to share his thoughts with our participants.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, and I wish all of you luck in your digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, teacher.
Okay, thank you, Pallavi. It was good listening to Amit Sinha sir, Mr. Saurabh, and also Mr. Girish, who have got a lot of experience behind them. And then they have been part of digital transformation in some form or the other. And then it was good to hear their practical challenges. Now, my perspective or my take on this, I would like to address it from the challenges that I have faced implementing a software that I built back in 2017. It's an analytical tool specifically designed for small businesses, small to medium scale businesses, SMEs, who make anywhere between 1 to 50 or 100 million turnover. The end user, the key decision makers, the business owners, once I showed the demonstration of the tool, everyone was like, wow, amazing, we want it, because it is really telling us the live score. Like, we know if we are winning or losing as of now, as of today. Even if I collected like $10 every time people said, wow, I'm sure I would have made $1 million. But unfortunately, it didn't really get implemented or used on a long run, simply because it was the data that we need to capture or something bookkeepers and accountants weren't ready to capture the way we wanted it, because they were using the 6 most dangerous words when it comes to change. It was always done this way. Again, pretty much I'll be emphasizing more on what we have discussed, which is on mindset and especially the behavioral change. I would like to focus more on the why behind the behavioral change. I remember reading this book where they had mentioned about the Intel CEO back in 1990s. Now, Intel was growing really fast all over the world, and then they hadn't expected that kind of a growth happening all over the world. And obviously, they wanted people, they wanted to build teams, they wanted to make sure they could really have things under control. So they hired some of the consultants, and one of them happened to be Professor Clayton Christensen, who was the Harvard professor, and then he was teaching innovation. In fact, he is the one who coined the terms sustainable innovation and disruptive innovation. So when Clayton Christensen was called and he was giving his thoughts about what needs to be done, the CEO back then in Intel, it was Mr. Andy Grove. Now he said, "You are such a naive academic. I asked you how to do it, and you told me what I should do." I repeat, he said, "I asked you how to do it, and you told me what I should do. I know what I should do. I just don't know how it should be done." So how? It's about execution. We can come up with amazing ideas. We can come up with amazing strategies. And I'm sure all of us, we know what needs to be done. But the question is how? Again, it's more or less comes back to basic habits. We all know what we need to do if we have to lose weight or if we have to gain weight. But why is that it doesn't happen and it remains still a New Year resolution? So this is where it becomes a behavioral change, and we have to first address and accept the fact that we cannot have one size fits all approach. I remember again reading a book. I can't remember which book, but the author was born in 80s, and he said when he was around 6 years, his parents, they got the first television and the VCR. I'm sure most of you can recall those days. We had those video cassette recorder. And his mother, who was managing the home, the house, everything, and making sure everything runs smoothly at home, she always called him, her son, who was 6 years old, whenever she wanted to watch TV. And she was like, "Turn on the TV. Put the video cassette, play it forward, play it rewind." And she was not doing it at all. And he was always getting surprised. How come my mother, who can handle so much of sophisticated things, but when it comes to handling a VCR, playing a VCR, she always calls me. And he gave a term called as VCR syndrome. Girish was talking about when we want to use the technology and we somewhere fear and we don't know how to use it. We prefer not to use it, and we find people who will be using it or who will help us in using it. In whatever digital transformation that we have had in the last 2-3 years, to a great extent, it has been COVID-19. And that's when we'll be forced to adapt. This is where it becomes very critical, because it's more to do with the leadership rather than the digital or the technology. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of this talk today, what one of the futurists back in 1999 said, the future is here, but it is not evenly distributed. And today it is kind of getting distributed, but the question is, do we really want to adapt? Now, when do we as human beings change or we move? It is mainly because of pain or pleasure. when the pain becomes something beyond what we can really take, that's when we move. Or when we see that, oh, you know what, if I go there, then yes, I can experience that kind of a pleasure. That's when we change. However, with technology, people don't have that burning desire when it comes to moving away from pain or going towards pleasure, unless and until there is this management or leader who's going to drive them. I don't have an answer because, as I said, one size doesn't fit all. This is where we can't expect on entrepreneurs. I'm sure you are all familiar with a new term called as intrapreneurs. So as entrepreneurs, as managers, we need to figure out what is that homegrown management that we'll have to somehow further tweak to make sure this digital transformation eventually is going to happen. And somewhere I believe, again, coming back to the management guru, Peter Drucker, what he said is, what gets measured gets managed. So we come up with this amazing strategy. Now we want to execute it. How can we measure to a great extent if we are executing the way we want it to execute, and at the same time, how is it really adding value? And that value, to a great extent, has to be tangible or measurable. This is where I personally believe, again, me working as a consultant ages ago, it all came down to two things. If we showed value to our customers, mainly on two things. One, if we showed value where the end customer saw that it is going to help them in saving time. If some particular task was taking them 4 hours, and with our technology or strategy or pretty much what we are going to execute, if that reduces to 2 hours or 1 hour, then definitely they can see that there is a benefit. Again, we are talking numbers here, 4, 3, 2, 1, which means it is measurable. Or 2, if they can see how it is going to impact the bottom line. Or in other words, if it is going to help them make more money than they're spending, then yes, again, it's measurable, and they know to a great extent that it is going to be an added benefit. So somewhere I feel when that execution, even before execution with the strategy itself, if we can measure things, and if the employees or our team members, they know that, yes, we are slowly progressing. Let's say 20%, from 20%, we have 30% of the employees who have embraced this new technology. And at the same time, if we can somehow measure and say, this is how it is saving the number of hours, this is how it is impacting the bottom line. I know it's tough, but again, if it was easy, then probably we wouldn't be having this conversation today. So somewhere I believe, bringing that competition kind of an environment along with fun, and at the same time, making sure that people at any given point in time, they know if we are winning or if we are just somewhere hanging around wherever we are, then I believe that might be another key factor that might drive people to slowly adapt. Now, Giri sir was also talking about employing people today where you don't even meet them in person. So we don't know what kind of a prompter they might have on the other side, and they might just ace the interview, but in reality, they might have absolutely no idea with regards to what needs to be done. Now, recently I was discussing, I was invited in a panel discussion at a business school, and they were talking about the unemployment issue most of the governments have. And I said, you know what, I closely work with a lot of SME business owners. We have our own family business, and we need reliable staff. Unemployment is not the challenge. Unemployable people are the challenge. And imagine when they enter the workforce and training them on basic etiquettes. That itself is a huge challenge, and then we have to transform them. So moving forward, yes, it will be more and more challenging to get and execute things, which has always been. But as of now, till whatever I've experienced the last 2-3 decades of how people have transformed, 1 or 2 people could drive an organization, but today it takes more and more people to lead an organization and drive. And this is where we need manager leaders and more entrepreneurs. So on that note, I would like to take a pause and hand it over to Pallavi and open for questions.
Yeah, so Chinmay sir, I completely agree with you. The VCR syndrome, which you were talking about, is actually so common in our household. and that VCR syndrome nowadays has been converted, advances with the technological advancement, maybe to the laptop syndrome or the tablet syndrome. Usually our mothers actually faces nowadays as well. So yeah, so it was an interesting viewpoint. So any questions from the participant? I am sure you have plenty.
Thank you, Professor. Your explanation is very clear and it hit the point. So you see, we have some funny problem. So you mentioned about the city syndrome or such kind of thing, but sometimes I have to face the very funny problem is that we train our employee. They can manage this technology, and sometimes you see, for example, just I want to mention just only example. We install the device to the truck on the truck to monitor them, and we train these employees how to control them and how to use effectively these devices. But the problem is that they know how to use it, and they also come to understand how to cheat it. You may understand about that. So sometimes, yes, you're right. But sometimes it is hard to adjust the, how can I say, the variety of problems we are facing, applying technology and such kind of thing. So yeah, you're right that there is no one size fit all. The point is that we need to manage and we can adjust what we are facing. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that, Ken. Now, because we run our own family business, and again, my father started back in early 1980s, and we had employees who worked with us for 15, 20 years, and you could pretty much now trust your child with them. But today it is very difficult to get employees in the first place. Forget about they being, and today the words, I think, loyalty and reliable is something only we can find on a dictionary. Now, we have to somewhere measure and figure out what's happening, because at times the purchase order that is given to us, and by the time it reaches the production team, yes, we had all those SOPs in place and ISO certificates, but new employees are joining, and it was becoming very difficult to track them. What we have figured out at this stage, which is working well for us, is a simple way where you can hold them accountable, and at the same time, even they participate. Because if we ask them to send emails, they're like, we don't have internet, or we have got this issue, we have got that issue. They'll come up with n number of reasons. And they're like, okay, I'm not able to be more productive because you asked me to send this email. So what we have done, what we have figured out is we created a simple WhatsApp group, and everyone, once their task is from this place to that place it goes, they're expected to take a photo and put it on WhatsApp in that group. Honestly, I don't see it at all. But somewhere they have a little bit of fear that we might track them down. And now it's been there for almost a year. Somewhere they feel that, I mean, we have sensed the productivity has slightly gone up, and the kind of issues we used to have with the customers saying that what we ordered and what we got, the quality issue and things like that, drastically we are able to control. So sometimes it's not like, again, as I mentioned in my presentation a while ago, no, we don't have to boil the ocean. It's those small micro changes which makes people adapt. It's like if you take a frog and put it in a hot water, immediately it will jump. But if you put it in a water and slowly heat it, it will get used to it. But again, this is very tricky, easy said than done. And this is where now we'll have to find what fits in the kind of operations or the environment that we have in our own organizations.
So Chinmay sir, recently you have added that you have to put some smaller thing together to make something big. So
Do you think it is really important for the organization to make their employees realize from time to time that yes, we are monitoring you in a way or another, or we are trying to track you by using a particular technology to keep them motivated or to keep working in the right direction?
I would definitely say yes. However, it's about balance. Now, how much is too much? Because once we somewhere micromanage someone who is really loyal, someone who is doing the job, then they will take it the other way. Oh, they don't trust me now, is it? But on the other hand, someone who knows that, you know what, I'm just here for the next 6 months or 1 year or even less. If I get a better opportunity, then now I'm jumping to a different place. Because I built that software, I had a team in-house, I contracted, subcontracted. No, these software engineers, developers, forget, not even every 3 months, every month, they were coming with a new offer letter saying that, oh, these people are offering you 1.5, 2 times. Can you double it? I'm like, okay, fine, I'll double it. Will you guarantee that you're going to work with me for 1 year? They don't want to sign that agreement. And I'm sure a few months back, you might have read about moonlighting. They're working in multiple companies. So somewhere I personally believe, yes, we need to monitor and they need to feel that someone is going to hold them accountable. It's like now that I'm based here in India and I see all this traffic police, and when I go to Melbourne, I mean, there's no traffic police. It's the main police who pretty much handles if there is something needs to be controlled. Simply because Melbourne is one among the 5 cities in the world that has got highest number of cameras in public. So everything is tracked. So someone is saying someone, and we better stop. In fact, I'm not sure if you heard it in the news last week, the Karnataka Traffic Department, they said you can go online. If you have got any fine, 50% you pay and it's cleared. So it's like they were giving 50% off. I'm not sure if they wanted to improve their cash flow, but you should have seen the urgency that people had. And I entered my vehicle number and I was surprised that I had got a ticket. It was late in the evening, 9:30, so I thought it was a free left and they had taken a photo and that uploaded. Now that I know someone is watching me, I am making sure that I'm stopping, even if it's 9 o'clock, because I'm like, okay, there is some camera somewhere, I don't want to pay the fine. So somewhere I believe, yes, we have to monitor somewhere. They should feel that someone is watching me to a great extent.
Yeah, so I'll come to the participants, but again, I would like to first, I completely agree that there should be a feeling that someone is tracking us, so probably keep some people on the right track. So what do you think that in the term digital transformation, is the term digital is of more importance, or transformation is a more important word in the whole phrase of digital transformation?
Any day it is transformation.
Transformation.
Technology
Sure.
is there, digitalization,
Yes,
you name it, we have it.
Yeah.
But
so business transformation. Yeah. So Felice Bhatto, your question.
Okay, it's not a question touch. So it's more a comment. First on the main driver of the digital transformation, or the implementation of this digital transformation era was COVID-19. Well, that's I always thought of that, but hearing from you just click at my mind like, okay, yes, you are right. And I agree. The COVID-19 changed our lives completely. And we're never going to be the same again, ever again. So, yeah, I agree with you. And again, you can control people's mind, but making them aware that somehow they're being watched, it helps. There's people that may feel that their privacy is being set, but I don't think in the workplace. And yeah, it shouldn't be that way. But for you to have kind of control and have people behaving in the way they should, the idea of letting them know that they're being watched somehow, yeah, I think it works. It works pretty well. They know the guys will always have that thing in their mind. I'm being watched at all times, so, and that will help. One other thing that makes me, it doesn't make me think that one of the things that I believe also is that we have to make people accountable and give some responsibility, and also try the best to make them feel, or to make them participate in be part of the solution. And that way people will do their jobs or what they're supposed to do with much more easy. They won't be reluctant because they are part of it. They participated on the decisions or on the processes, and they are held accountable, and they are given responsibilities, so they know what to do, and they have to feel that when it comes to time to measure, I would say, performance, etc. People, even, I'm not saying that they're gonna be happy if they have to be fired, nobody is, but they at least are aware that, okay, I was given responsibility A, B, and C, and I've been, the people of my management or the company has been measuring, has been watching me, has been. So I think when you do that, it's a lot more easy for your team members, or of course you will have to participate as a leader, also coaching them, helping them. But once you give them responsibility, set them accountable for the things that they have to do, your coaching, your mentoring, etc., will be a lot more easy and accepted by your team members. So that's what I think. That is the way I think we should go on with our team members, and either in the family or wherever you are a leader. If you go that way, things can be a little more easy. So those are my thoughts.
Absolutely right, Felisberto, and thank you so much for putting on your thoughts on the table. I would also like to request all the participants to just open the cameras and start interacting on the platform. And we have Mr. Chinmay with us who can help us in enriching our thoughts. So the training program which we are holding for you people for the last 9 days, today is the 10th day, the final day of the training program, is the management of future. So how would you, all of you, would like to manage your department or organizations in future? So according to you, what are those essential skills which a manager should possess to effectively transform their organizations? So anyone from the group who would like to participate? And we have Mr. Chinmay with us to enrich your opinions.
Thank you very much, teacher. I'm very interesting. I'm very interested in your program. I want to do this program. I learned my critical thinking and digital transformation is very important role in our national education strategy plan drafting, and I was continuous in APIM, other strategy. Now we learned communication strategy in this digital transformation is very after COVID-19, our learning system is changing to online, offline, and blended learning to approach. This is important and role of our ministry. This training program is very interesting and effective way of thinking, and learning experience is very good. Our learning education system is to create an education system that can generate a learning society capable of facing the challenges of knowledge. This training program achieve our goal. This is very interesting, and thank you very much, all of your teacher.
Thank you
so much
for your kind words.
Thank you. Chinmay, would you like to add something?
Yes, I am. So
yeah,
yes, just like my colleague mentioned, it's very interesting and, how can I say, not interesting, just stunning, and it changed to some extent of our perception, such kind of thing. And if possible, I wish my higher level boss are trained by Mr. Chinley. So really, because his teaching style is really good, and he can ignite our hidden, how can I say, perception and such kind of thing. So I think in this course, majority of the participants are middle level or just like manager or supervisor. But I wish my boss, like the general or deputy minister, such kind of people, they should join in that kind of session, because it's very interesting and they may change their perception concerning digital transformation, and seeing and learning from the person like Professor Chinley is very good. So next time, I would like to request the university, and the university, you should arrange the higher level, the maybe decision-making level officials should join such kind of session. In that case, we may get the easier way to change transformation than now. So it's my request to you, Ms. Parvati. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken, for your kind words. So Ken, since you have attended the training session, you have gone through the various sessions taken by a different resource person. So if I would ask you that, which is the one skill would you like to have in your organization for better managing the digital transformation practices which are happening nowadays in developing nations? So what can be that particular one skill you would suggest that skill should be there, or that particular trait should be there to manage the digital transformation? Ken, I think you are on mute.
Sorry, ma'am, I cannot hear you. Could you repeat your question?
Okay. I am saying that since you are attending the training program for the 9 days, Mr. Chinmay and many other resource persons has taken various sessions on the different perspective of nowadays how organizations are digitally transforming, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, how they can effectively transform. So what is your one key takeaway that you would say that for digital transformation, behaviors are important, for digital transformation, financial knowledge is important, or managing human resources is important? So what is your take on it?
From this session, but
from this training program.
Yes. So the session I like more. I like every session, but frankly speaking, I like more the session concerning the organizational structure thing, the first one, and the second thing is the financial session done by Professor Chinmay, and the last one is that, how can I say, the thing just like, I forget the name of the professor, but she was discussing about the so many kind of technology we can apply in our organization to improve our job environment. So these three things I like most, frankly speaking. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Chinmay sir, yeah.
I have a quick question for Dr. Chinmay. I did in the past training sessions in different levels, especially for salespeople and call centers, and I have participated in some leadership training, and management trainings as well. Do you sometimes have the sense that even though they participate, most of the leaders do not apply what is taught and what is discussed during the training sessions? Do you have that sense? Because I do. I do have, and I live that, I would say, on a daily basis. I have leaders going to training X and Y, but when it comes to practice, you start asking yourself, but this gentleman or this young lady spent the last month or the last week doing training X and Y, and why is she acting like this? Why is she not? Because especially for in the developing countries, I would say, where there's a lot of mixing, bringing personal feelings to work, personal issues, etc., etc. And managers tends to be rulers and not managers as such. But do you have that sense as well sometimes?
Yes, definitely. Just because no, Ferris Brito, when we have attended this 10 days digital transformation program, doesn't mean that the organization will get digitally transformed tomorrow. And just because there are 100 people who have gone through sales training, not all 100 people will become sales experts. Because I've been in the professional speaking line for the last 10 years, and I was very active in the Professional Speakers Australia Association. I was the national treasurer for the last 4 years. I have had an opportunity to rub shoulders with some of the best speakers in the world. And these are people who speak, consult, give keynotes to the who's who in the world. So they said, the very early you realize that you are a facilitator, in the sense, yes, you're paying forward your learning, and you don't have to be really hard on yourself that, oh, out of 100 people, only 10 or 15 people benefited, the others were not interested. Don't be really hard on yourself, because with the statistics or research they did, 1 out of 100 people in the audience might be mourning a death of a close family member. The last thing they want is to become a better salesperson at that particular point in time. So everyone will have some kind of ifs and buts, but somewhere, because we're all just a thought away, it is that one thought that will lead someone to somewhere get that trigger, which will lead to a different chain of thought, different perspective altogether. And now I remember this particular incident. One of this trainer was talking about innovation, change, and he had the best of the best slides and giving examples, case studies, everything. And there was this person from a mining company, and he was like, but this doesn't really make sense for my industry. And he was there because he had paid and it was a pretty expensive program. However, during the break, they were having food and then they were having the juice. Like, for example, now they were sipping the juice from a straw. However, it was a thick milkshake and there was some milkshake at the bottom. And what he did was, one of the other participants, he slightly, those straws where you can bend. So he bent that straw and he started sipping. And that was a big aha moment for him. Because mining industries, until then, they were spending millions and millions of dollars drilling in one place. And if they don't get that oil, millions are gone. But they said, hey, we can drill and then we can further bend it and deviate. So you never know where that idea is going to come from. Similarly, I think this was in Indonesia, if I'm not wrong, one of the salt manufacturing producer company. They had the monopoly. However, they had a competition, an international player, and slowly they were losing market share. And they had a big board meeting, and then they were thinking of strategy. Somewhere the CEO was not convinced about any of the strategy. The meeting was done in the evening. He was in the garden waiting in the parking lot, waiting for the chauffeur to get his car. And he saw the gardener, the person who was there. So he asked that gardener, which salt do you use at home? And she said she's using the competitor's salt. And he was like, my employees are not using our salt. And he asked him why. He said, oh, they've got a slightly bigger hole, so the salt flows freely. And then he said, okay, let me just go back and work on that. So sometimes, again, it's not about changing or boiling the ocean as such. It's about just one thought. So if 100 people are in the audience, not 100 people will get excited with what we are sharing. It's just a handful of people. Because if they take it forward and then pay it forward, somewhere we hope that some kind of a transformation is going to happen. Because one of the CFO asked CEO, why are we spending so much of money on these employees and then they are getting trained and doing nothing? It's waste of money. And they come back and they don't do anything. And further, the CEO said, imagine they don't get trained and they further do nothing. What's going to happen to our company? So somewhere it will have some kind of a ripple effect. But again, how, when is always a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So anyone? Camelia, we are missing your questions. Are you able to hear us? Marcelino?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I think Amit sir has joined once again.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Yeah, Amit sir?
Yeah, I joined back after my meeting. It was done in half an hour. And then
Okay,
before I go for
okay.
lunch, let me listen in. So I'm
Yeah.
here. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, please. We have two experts with us. We have Mr. Amit with us and we have Mr. Chinmay with us. So any more question? Marcelino, I have seen your raised hand. Do you have any question? Hi, Marcelino.
Hi, good day again.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. I'm fine. Good day, everyone. Once again.
Good.
Yes, I have one question.
Yeah, please.
So first, I will say I agree with Mr. Chimney that we are monitored and we have to monitor our team members. And I also agree with Felisberto when saying, well, we have to not take all our staff to be part of the solution. And all this is to aim to have good productivity. So if I'm getting monitored and I'm pushed to be part of the solution, then I will give my best in order to solve problems of the company, of the organization, of my team, etc., etc. Sorry. The question I have is what to do, how to deal with this staff who knows that is getting monitored on their daily tasks. 2, is invited to be part of the solution. However, they are still not coming along with you. You as a leader, how to deal with them? Thank you.
Dr. Chime, if you allow me, I just want to contribute before you give us your insight. One of the things, and I know pretty well, Marcelino. We've been working along for years in the same company, and I kind of understand what he says. But as a leader, one of the things that you need to have in mind in these kind of things, I'll repeat, one of the things is that not everyone will come on board at the same time, or even not everyone will come on board to your leadership. You need to have that in mind and be ready to accept that somehow. All right? But the rest I would like to hear to Dr. Chime as well. It's one of the things that I had as a question, but I really believe that one of the things is that we need to have in mind that not everyone will come on board with us at the same time, or even not everyone will come on board to our leadership. Face that, accept that, and try to work around that. Now we're going to hear from Dr. Chime which are the best ways to work around that in some way. But yeah, I just wanted to contribute.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah. We appreciate your viewpoint. Thank you so much, Felisberto. And now we have Mr. Chinmay and Mr. Amit with us. So,
see,
over to you,
my
sir.
2 cents on this. When someone says, I don't want to do something, when as a team we're like, okay, let's do this, we are going from here to there, we are going to change or we are going to implement this, and then someone says, I don't know, it's mainly because of 2 reasons. One, they don't really know how to do it, which is more of a skill issue. They need more training, hand holding. Or pretty much they say, I don't really care, and that's why I don't want to do it, which is an attitude issue. The second one is always challenging, and it has always been a challenge. And this is where leaders have tried carrot, stick, all those kind of strategies, which I believe
Theories.
still theories,
Yeah.
and then still it has to be done, because somewhere today the definition of a smart business owner or a smart employee is where I don't work much, but I'm earning more. And it has reached a stage where I don't want to work, but still I want to make money. And that we are calling it as smart, and it's really detrimental if we look at it from other perspective, because the kind of culture that we are going to set will be something where it becomes really hard to adapt. In fact, we're all talking about digital transformation. I'm not sure how many of you know about Dabbawalas. You know, there's a city in India called as Bombay. I mean, you might know it as Mumbai. Back in 18th century, this particular profession, people started, and they were known as Dabbawalas. Dabba means box, like tiffin box. Walas are people who deliver it. And in a city like Mumbai that is buzzing 24/7, early in the morning, 6:37, the person, the man in the house, he goes to work. So lunch is not ready, it's not cooked, and he comes back late in the evening. So probably his wife or mother cooks lunch, and that needs to be delivered. And today we have all the delivery apps, but we are talking about 18th and early 19th, even in 90s. So these people, they used to take all this lunch boxes and deliver it to them. I'm just sharing that link in the chat box. You can watch it and you can see the hard facts when you get a chance. They deliver anywhere between 150 to 200,000 lunch boxes every single day. Around 4,000 to 5,000 Dabbawalas do it every single day, which means each person is delivering around 50 of those boxes. No technology. It was all word of mouth. Now I'm not sure if they're using WhatsApp or so on and so forth. But when I think Harvard Business School did a research on them, did a case study on them, they figured out their accuracy is 99.99%. And today with technology, we are trying to figure out how we can go about improving the productivity. Let me share another thing, and then I would love to hear from Amit sir. I was in Melbourne, and because I'm part of Professional Speakers Association, see, the Melbourne TEDx curator was a good friend of mine, John Yo. And he was once approached by a person saying that, I want to be on your stage. I want to give a TED talk. So he said, what is that you want to share? He said, for the last 10 years, I've been part of the underworld, smuggling drugs and doing all the illegal activities. Now I was in jail, I have come out clean, and I want to share about how it works. And he said, we have got only one rule. We have got one formula, one rule, that's it. And that is what each one of us we follow to make sure things happen. And it is, if you say you're going to do it, period. That's it. Otherwise, they know what's going to happen, the consequences. Head is going to roll. Of course, I'm not asking you to bring in that kind of a strategy, but the pattern is, it all comes down to commitment. And this is what we need. We want committed people. End of the day, it's simple. I'm not saying it's easy, it's simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Do it. And do it better than that was expected from you. Imagine having these kind of people, this kind of a culture, and imagine we growing the organization. So somewhere now it's not again one strategy, because we are the most complicated species on the planet. Our belief system, our likes, dislikes pretty much changes every single day, and we have to cope up with it and run the show. So I believe that's the fun side of it if you look at it from that perspective. So these are my thoughts. Over to you, Pallavi, or would love to hear from Amit sir.
Amit sir, over to you.
So, it's a very good question. How do you take the people along with you, right? And I'd like to add on a few more reasons. Chinmay, you gave the foundation, right? I want to add a few more reasons. One is familiarity, right? Most people are afraid of the unknown, right? So if you're changing a process, if you're going to do things differently, yeah, they may say, I'm not interested, they may whatever, right? But the fact is that they will be afraid and say, hey, this is working fine now, so why should I change, right? So what is the incremental or the additional benefit that will come about based upon taking, we heard about earlier in the call, learning, unlearning, relearning, right? So you have to learn, unlearn, relearn everything to get into a new system and a new process, right? So what is the benefit? I think if we are able to, if the leadership is able to articulate that clearly, mention that clearly and show the way, why it means, why are we doing it, right? Then, the employees or whatever it is, the followers, right, will be able to understand and grasp that and be more convinced, right? So let me give you another example from my work life. Across the many years of different companies I've worked in, I have deployed or been in the part of a deployment team for what is commonly known as customer CRM systems or Salesforce management systems, right? And each time the management feels that whenever a salesperson meets a customer, or plans to meet a customer, they should put the name of that person, the contact details, address in the system and update it. And then after the meeting should come back and fill the details in terms of what was discussed and what are the next steps. That's basically a CRM, right? So back in the late 90s, when I was doing the first part of the team, doing the first implementation, and I asked the question to the team that was implementing, you are asking somebody to do this extra work who's already very busy, is on targets. If they don't meet the targets, they possibly don't make their full salary. Sometimes they're 50% incentive, right? So they might even make half salary if they don't get target. What will be given in return? Right. From a company's perspective, what the company is getting is the list of contacts that the salesperson has, because otherwise they keep it with them, right? So the company doesn't know. If the person leaves, they leave with all the contacts, right, in the customers. So that's the vested interest of the organization, and also to look at productivity, who's working, who's not, right? But from the person who's entering that data extra, what is it that they get, right? So I had asked at that time for 3 or 4 things, which till today haven't been delivered in any system that I've seen, right? And they were very basic and simple. The first thing I said was, if I'm going to meet a customer, so I'm a salesperson, I'm going to meet a customer, right? So if I enter the data into the system, will the system tell me that, oh, watch out, there is a problem here because their system broke down last week and we haven't been able to repair it, right? Or they had ordered something from some other department which we haven't been able to deliver, right? Or good news that it was fixed in a day or in 4 hours, or it was delivered in 2 days, or whatever it is. Good news or bad news, whatever. You give me that status of what is the current relationship, because these are not new always, right? They're existing relationships. So they thought hard and they said, oh, that customer service and delivery systems are in different applications and different systems and different databases. So no, we can't tell him. I said, okay. So I put this information, I don't get anything out. All right. Okay. Will you tell me if I put in the value of the deal that I'm discussing, how much of my target I'm going to meet, right, in the year? Will you be able to tell me how quickly you can deliver that? oh, the incentive system, again, different databases, different systems. So I said, why should I do it? Because I'm going to sit down and type stuff which I've already written down or put in my digital diary or whatever it is in my smartphone. And again, I go to another system and update it. And you can't tell me if there's anything wrong over there. You can't tell me how I'm doing on my targets. You can't tell me if you know how long it'll take. So what do I get out of it? So walk in my shoes, right? So I'm taking this example because I feel deeply about this, because we want to ask people to do things which are over and beyond their day job, right? Give them more load, but not give any benefits or any additional returns from doing that extra work. They will not do it. They will not do it. They will not fill the data, right? Because they have to get their orders, get their numbers, on their salary, on their commissions, incentives, that's it, right? And in most organizations, most companies till today in 2023, if you go and see the implementation of CRM systems, you will see that they are never at 100, not 100, maybe 40, 50%, because they don't really give back the kind of information, account intelligence, financials information, delivery information, service updates that be very useful for that person. So let me pause over here because I give a very long example, but I just want to say that if you want to change something, if you want to lead the way, we have to also ensure that there is a very strong understanding of what value we will provide back to the people who we are asking to change and learn, relearn, unlearn.
Yes, sir. So it was an interesting anecdote. Yes, Marcelino.
I would just say thank you. I was thanking Mr. Amit, I think, yeah.
Yeah, Amit, sir.
You're welcome.
I hope we are able to answer your question.
Yes, I'm happy, and thank you to Mr. Chimney also, to Felisberto as well.
We are looking forward for more questions from our participants. Then we are going to have the final words with our experts on the topic essential leadership skills in the digital era. We are looking for more questions.
Yes. Thank you very much. We get many knowledge in social media platform. First, I attend the class. Social media platform, website, social media using the influencer is a very important role. First, I receive message, and then later session, I want to learn the communication with other connection in speed in our lens. Any other state connection, and Myanmar Facebook usage is 23% of this study we learn. And then the next day, critical thinking exercise is very important role. And critical exercise, container, I must very careful. And then critical thinking exercise is brainstorming. And in this program, this is very interesting, is critical thinking by left brain and right brain. Any other material of uses is I cannot picture this program PowerPoint slide. This is very interesting. I have learned and ID level and any diploma and master level. I can hear and learn that this probability a condition, and so the program is very important, and I achieved many interesting theories and lessons. Therefore, I am very thank you. You are program and knowledge program, and we get many knowledge, and we can start my duty as a skilled worker in this area. Thank you very much, teacher.
Thank you, Wenwen, and really glad to hear that you got so many insight after attending this 10-day training program. So we're looking forward for joining you much more programs organized by our organization. So any question if you have, we would love to answer it. Any other participants?
It's not a question, it's just a suggestion, Ms. Pallavi.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe next time if you organize this kind of session, that the participant should be learned from Mr. Amit also, because even only just a final session, his presentation and his discussion point is very informative and very interesting. So next time, if you organize such kind of session, you should invite Mr. Amit, because he's kind of, how can I say, very good teacher to the participant. This is my suggestion, Ms. Pallavi. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very
Ken.
kind.
Duly noted, Ken. Thank you so much. Okay, so I would request Mr. Amit and Mr. Chinmay to put the final thoughts on our topic, management of future essential leadership skill in the digital era. So I would like to invite Amit sir first to put the final thoughts on the topic, and then Mr. Chinmay. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I am able
Yes.
to hear you.
Please tell me.
I have a question.
Ernesto, please put your question.
Yes, I have a question. I would like to know what is the best approach between monitoring employees and give them goals, daily goals or weekly goals or monthly goals for they achieve those goals.
That's $1 million question, Ernesto. But let me tell you the way I think it should be done, and typically some of the time the way it is done. The way it should be done is the goals should be realistic. They shouldn't be set too low, because that will be too easy to do, and then it doesn't really work. It shouldn't be set too high, because if it is set too high, then person will not achieve it. They will know that it is too high. You will know it is too high. So nobody will believe in the goal. So it will never get done, right? And it will lead to employee dissatisfaction, disengagement, and maybe even attrition. They might even resign and leave. So the whole art and science of this is to set the goal at the right level. So now what is that right level? Okay. Now goals will be different based upon different jobs, right? If it's a sales job, then the goal is obviously the number of deals or the value of the deals. Typically it's the value, right? So the value of the orders that salesperson will get, that is the goal, and it's typically spread over the full year and measured every 3 months, every quarter. So now if a person sets the goals which are realistic, and then you put an additional extra which you say this is a stretch goal. So if you do 100%, you get your full salary. If you do 110%, you don't get 110% of your salary, but you get 120% of your salary. So you accelerate above, right? And also if somebody gets, say, less than 80, it does less than 80%, then they don't get their incentive, right? So that's how the incentivization is done and the goal setting is done. Now coming to the actual goals, right? The goal has to be set based on, if it is a sales, has to be based on, firstly, what are the overall company objectives? So if the company is going to do 100, and if they have 10 salespeople, then if you just divide an average, everyone should do 10. So 10 into 10, you get 100. But it's not so simple, because each person may not have the same opportunity in their customer segment. Not everybody is going to the same type of customers or the same geography. So you might be able to sell more in Americas or less in Asia or more in Europe, whatever it is, right? So one has to then look at what is the addressable market, what is the opportunity available, and then how much of that market share we can get in that market, and then set the goal for that in terms of sales, right? So you say, okay, I'm going to have 20% market share. The market size is 50 million, so I can get 10 million. 20% of 50 million, I can get 10 million in this market. So the goal should be 10 million, right? So there has to be that science behind it. And then you say that if you get more than 10 million, you get 12 million, I'll give you accelerated incentives. Now that's on sales. Now, not everything is so simple, right? So say if it is HR, right? What are the kind of goals one will set? Okay. HR has many, many facets. One part of HR is actually acquisition, hiring people, right? So business looks at HR whenever they need to hire people. So then the goal of HR would be the ability to attract the best talent in the fastest time, shortest time, right? So that goal would be for the hiring team that you can get me the right candidate for interview at the right price, because you don't want employees who are too expensive, right? You can't hire them, you can't afford them. So you get the best employees and at the quickest. And the second goal, so this is a lead indicator, right? The lag indicator, which is looking at the past, is that these employees should stay with the company at least for 2 to 3 years. They shouldn't join and leave in 1 year. Then it doesn't help, because you take 3 to 6 months to train them and then suddenly they're gone. They take the training and go and join your competitor. It doesn't work. So the goals for HR hiring team would be set like that, right? If it is a finance organization, then the goals would probably be the accuracy of the financial reports, right? You don't have any errors. The timeliness, because if it's a public company, it has to then tell the shareholders what has been the performance. So you can't just keep waiting. It has to be done very quickly. So a finance team goal would be accuracy, timeliness, how quickly it is done, right? Ensuring that the data is secure and doesn't leak out into the market and all of that, right? So there are each function, you will have to look at the goals specific to that function and ensure that they are realistic, relevant, right? So typically goals we call as SMART, right? So simple, measurable, realistic, timeliness, right? All of these SMART goals, if you do, then you can measure it and it's relevant to that function, then that's the best goal to have. But that is all the art of it. The science of it is to make sure that the numbers that we put, whether it is the goals in terms of the quota that we are setting for a salesperson, or how quickly a HR person can hire, or how quickly a finance person can do the annual report, all of that has to be based on data, right? And it should be achievable. It's okay to have a little stretch, but that's how I would set goals.
Oh, thank you.
Chinmay sir, we would like to have your inputs as well.
Well, as Amit sir has briefly and kind of in depth has given an overview with regards to goal setting, I don't have much to add. However, I would highly recommend all of you to read a book called 4 Disciplines of Execution. It's not about planning, it's not about strategy, it is about execution. And this book is based after doing research and also implementing the strategies for the last 30 years in Fortune 500 companies. So this book is about the how, and it talks about simplicity. It talks about how a goal should be set, and at the same time how to get your employees at the same time to make sure that they follow it. Because many a times in that particular book, they've mentioned some of the statistics. They said 1 in 7 employees couldn't even name the organization's most important goals. 15% couldn't even name the top 3 goals, and 85% of the named a goal which they thought was a goal, but it was not at all a goal the leader had set. So they have spoken about the 4 execution strategies. So I would highly recommend you to read that particular.
Chinmay, see what is on my wall.
Oh, you have that. The 4, exactly. There you go. There you go. That is what I'm talking about.
The board is representing goals.
No, that's from that book.
Book, yeah, he's talking about the book.
Okay,
Yeah.
from the book.
The
Great.
four
Yeah.
disciplines of execution
No, of
is right
execution,
there on
right.
the board.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. And I also recommend all the participants to follow the link shared by Chinmay sir on the Mumbai Dabbawala, an excellent case study. And we used to teach in the area of supply chain management, so really helpful for the supply chain management professionals. So with these thoughts, I would like to take a pause. And thank you so much, Chinmay sir, Amit sir, Girish sir, and Saurabh sir, I think has left this session due to their prior commitments. But Chinmay sir and Amit sir, I must say this session was full of insightful examples, essential knowledge, and indeed, not only for the participants, even for us. So thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. We would love to see you again in our upcoming sessions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
for having us.
Yeah, once again, I would like to thank all our resource persons and of course our very enthusiastic participants as well, that you were raising very good and insightful questions. And Chinmay, I have also noted down the name of the book and I will be on it soon. So thank you for that. So thank you everyone. I would again like to thank Amit sir, Chinmay sir, Saurabh sir and Girish sir. So thanks a lot for your relevant insights, and we would also like to extend an invitation to you to please join our valedictory session, which will be starting at 2:40. So it would be great if you could join the valedictory session also along with us, Chinmay sir and Amit sir. It would be great to have you with us in the valedictory too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can't promise, but we'll try.
Teacher.
Yeah. Sure. We can understand. So we are taking a pause of half an hour, and all the participants are requested to join us back at the 2:40 IST, 2:40 p.m. IST for the valedictory.
Yes,
right.
and in the meanwhile, yeah.
Thank you very much.
So in the meanwhile, I'm sharing the feedback link for today's panel discussion, and we request you to please fill the same. Your feedback is really important to us to improve, and here it is. And let's have a break of 30 minutes and then we will be back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can see most of the participants have joined. Hi, Keen. Seeing you since from morning, being on the screen.
Hello.
Hi, Keen. Great. Hi, Naveen. Hi.
Hi, teacher.
Great. So I can see most of us are back. We have geared up for our valedictory session. It has been a long journey of 10 days with you all. And I'm sure you all must have enjoyed this learning journey, because I personally have enjoyed a lot, because no matter how much you know, it's always been good to have more opportunity to grab that experience and knowledge from our cohort, from the speakers, from the deliberations that we have during the session. Great. So let's wait for a minute and then we will be starting. I can see Brigadier Sir has already joined. Okay.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good early morning to some of you. Everybody, we welcome you all. Please join us. If you can put on your.
Thank you, teacher. Everybody.
Dr. Nitin joined, Shikha?
Yes, he is there since from afternoon. From the time we were having our panel discussion, he joined in itself, and he's there.
All right, then we can start. It's 3 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all can hear me. Anybody who's not able to hear me or see me, you can raise your hand or put it on the chat box if any problem. All right. You all met me briefly during the inaugural session. And you will recall I was the one who sent letters of welcome to all of you. And you all responded and joined the training program. So I am Brigadier Sharma, Director of Amity Institute of Training and Development. And we welcome you all on behalf of Amity University to the EITEC course, Management of the Future, Essential Leadership Skills in the Digital Era. As we all know, the course was conducted from 6th of February and is ending today. The objective of the course was to provide you all a unique perspective on leadership to help you adapt to the challenges faced by organizations in this fast-paced digital era. We will start today's proceedings with a report on the course by Dr. Geeta Mishra, whom you all know very well. Dr. Geeta, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. I once again would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the participants for the valedictory of the 2 weeks online training program on management of the future, essential leadership skills in the digital era from 6th till the 17th day of February 2023. During the 2 weeks, we had a panel of eminent experts from both academia as well as industry to deliberate and discuss on various topics of importance in the digital age. So we started with the day 1 with a session taken by Dr. Pallavi Tyagi, Associate Professor, ACCF, on what is digital, why digital, the past, present, and future of change. The session enabled the participants to discover how to transform their respective organizations or departments to reap the benefits of digital tools and technologies. She shared various examples of digital transformation to showcase the importance of leaders and leadership in the digital era. She was also joined by Mr. Nishit Agarwal, Global Delivery Head, Digital Case and New Holland Group, India, in her session, who spoke about the role of digitization in agricultural markets. Thereafter, the session was forwarded by Dr. Nandita Krishnan, an NLP practitioner and a coach, on how disruptions in technology have shaped the world. We progressed on day 2, where we had an academic to talk about vision and long-term objectives. Dr. Vibhor Kataria, professor at FIIB, engaged the participants in creating a vision for themselves and their teams. He also introduced a framework for creating a vision with various case examples. Thereafter, the session was taken over by Professor S.P. Garg, who is a strategic consultant and a corporate trainer. He enthusiastically interacted with the participants on creation of long-term goals and also discussed about translating the long-term goals into short-term objectives. Day 3 was about behaviors for digital transformation and leadership issues and challenges. To take these sessions, we had a corporate professional and an entrepreneur and financial educator with us. The first 2 sessions were taken by Ms. Priyanka Rana, Senior Principal HR Research and Advisory, Gartner, India, and she emphasized the importance of digital behaviors for successful digital transformation. And she also talked about the understanding key behaviors to apply in real-world digital projects. Topics like understanding your team's working styles, think beyond co-located collaborations, and creativity were discussed to enhance participants' learning experience. Her session was followed by Mr. Chinmay Ananda, financial educator and founder of Beehive Analytics Private Limited, where he spoke about data-driven decision-making, crisis communication, and how to persuade and negotiate in the digital era. His session was very well received by all our participants. They were quite interactive, and he introduced real-life experiences and case studies to demonstrate the topic better. On day 4, we had with us resource persons who talked about agile leadership and how to adopt a digital and agile mindset. So we had Dr. Deepali, Deputy Director, ABS, practitioner and a leadership coach for the sessions on agile leadership. They talked about the most important trait of agile development is that it encourages rapid and flexible response to change. This way, executives can first envision a strategy for digital transformation, then ensure it aligns with the realities of the business environment. From day 5 till day 8, we forayed into the role of digital transformation and its impact on various functional areas. So on day 5, we had with us 2 thorough marketing academics, Professor Sujata Khandai ma'am, professor in the area of marketing, Deputy Dean Academics and Director ACCF and ASP, and Dr. Deepa Kapoor, Associate Professor ASP. While Sujata ma'am introduced the marketing frameworks to our participants and discussed the nuances and avenues that digital transformation has brought in the area of marketing, Dr. Deepa Kapoor gave practical insights into the landscape of marketing with specific reference to digital transformation. On day 6, we had Mr. Parmendra Kumar, subject matter expert in the domain of SCM from CII School of Logistics, who discussed digital disruptions, impact of big data on SCM performance, and digital innovation in SCM. Thereafter, Professor R.S. Rai Sir, Professor Decision Sciences, Amity Business School and Director Research Planning Statistical Services, Amity University of Uttar Pradesh. He took a hands-on session on the impact of digital innovation and artificial intelligence on operations. On day 7, again, we had Mr. Ananda with us, who threw light on the impact of digital transformation on accounting and finance. Finance is the root of how an organization makes money and language of business in numbers. So we discussed the critical things a finance professional should know about digital financial transformation, a simple yet effective digital financial transformation roadmap, the role of technology in DFT, the usual issues faced by implementation of DFT, and why imitating an already successful implemented DFT might not be a solution. Then day 8, we had a session on artificial intelligence, new technologies, and its impact on human resource management. The sessions were taken by 3 academics with an expertise in human resource management. The first session was taken up by Dr. Vidhi Tyagi, Assistant Professor ACCF, on organization structures and artificial intelligence. She discussed about the past, present, and future of organization structures and how it is getting transformed in the digital era. She also spoke about the commonalities amongst agile organizations using case studies of various organizations. The second session was taken up by myself, and I discussed the impact of digitization on diversity and inclusion. Discussions and deliberations were made on different paradigms of diversity, and its implementation in organizations were made with case examples. The session also threw light on the unconscious biases that we have and the role of technology in overcoming the biases ingrained in us, and then case scenarios were discussed of how to be an effective ally. The last session for the day was taken up by Dr. Khushi, Assistant Professor ASB, when she spoke of various software and its applications in different organizations. She also reflected on the role of technology with reference to recruitment and selection, training and development, performance management, and compensation management. On day 9th, our resource person was Dr. Shailesh Gupta, who is the founder of 3SR Consultancy. He is a leadership consultant and a motivational speaker. He talked about creating systems map for individuals and departments. He talked of divergent and convergent thinking and its way forward approach, introduced the participants to the BRAIN framework of design thinking for problem solving and systems thinking. He also spoke of digital tools of system maps creation, steps and approach of creating a systems map with case studies. And today, the final day, day 10th, we had a very informative panel discussion on a very, very relevant topic, challenges faced by different sectors and the responses thereof in the digital age. And to have this panel discussion, we had a panel of experts with us, Mr. Girish Sharma, Senior Vice President, Talent Supply Chain, Birlasoft, Mr. Amit Sinha Roy, Vice President, Global Head of Strategic Alliances, Tata Communications Limited, Dr. Saurabh Agarwal, Consultant to IBM and UNESCO for Business Analytics, and Mr. Chinmay Ananda, Financial Educator, a business storyteller and the founder of Beehive Analytics Private Limited. All of them shared their experiences and practical insights from different sectors and industries. And last but not the least, I would like to say, and I would like to add that, of course, all the resource persons with their inputs and significant insights have made this training session a great learning experience for all of us. But no training program is successful unless and until the participants are engaged and active. So we also received a very overwhelming response by the constant engagement, enthusiasm, and keen interest from all our participants towards this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Geeta. Before we request our CEO, Dr. Nitin Batra, to address the participants, may I request the participants to share their experience, their feedback, with us, so that we learn from them, and wherever improvements are required, we can bring in those improvements for the future. So please feel free to share your thoughts, your experience with us. In no particular order, just on your own. I will request Geeta, Dr. Geeta, to help me, since you know the participants much better. You can ask them, you know their names also.
Sure,
please,
sir.
please.
So New and Camellia, I can see. So is there anybody? We would be very happy to receive your inputs and your feedback, and it's going to help us in conducting the training programs for the young. Hi, New. Yeah.
Thank you, teacher. I am very interested in your knowledge sharing program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, teacher. I want to join to another training program. And please, please, I want to join. Well, I want to your email address and other training program address and PowerPoint slides if you possible. Well, we are many knowledge and attendance continuous learning and analysis skill. It is very important. I am continuous learning and I create a national education strategy plan. This chapter includes digital transformation is chapter 3. Therefore, I must create an online, offline, and blended learning and central level and sub-national level reach. Communication strategy is very important in our industry. Therefore, your program is I always needed your information and knowledge sharing. I get many knowledge and skill workers at our Ministry of Education in Myanmar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, New. It is great to hear that this training program was helpful to you and in your sector. And you are also mentioning that how you've imbibed it in one of the chapters in the book. So it is great to hear. We are very happy to hear that. And that, that you could take relevant insights. So your feedback is very, very valuable to us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. I'm very happy, you see.
Thank you. And I see Cizo, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, would you like to share something with us?
Yes, thank you very much. Now, I would just like to, first of all, just to thank the team that was involved in organizing this event. It was very well done, very organized, everything on time, and very good participants that participated. That was exceptional, and we thank you for that. Regarding the information, it was extremely helpful. We learned and we discussed many things, the agile methodology, people, processes, technology, and we got an insight in what digital leadership in the digital era. It was extremely important. The participants participated well, and it was very good to get lots of contributions from different parts of the world. And we see that we sometimes have the same challenges because when the participants talked about the challenges that they had in the organization, we relate to them because we have the same things here in Mozambique as well. And the digital transformation is the basic challenge that everybody is going through. So I'd just like to say thank you very much.
Thank you. And this is how, the technology and the digital transformation, just a part of it, it brings all of us from different countries together. So it's very nice to hear your experiences and how you are implementing things in your organizations. And of course, the resource persons also shared about how we are implementing it here in different organizations. So thank you, Celso. That was really nice to hear. I can see Paiso Teen is there. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So firstly, I would like to thank the Indian government who support our training section.
Yeah.
During these 2 weekends, we have learned a lot of knowledge related with digital era and how to lead and how to train our environment as possible. As you know, we have changed. There are a lot of various factors and so on. So we have to take care of our planet. So during the session, we have learned a lot of knowledge on how to lead our environment with this digital scale. So again, I would like to thank Amity University and all of the well-experienced speaker. So I will never forget from this training. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot to all of us, and thanks a lot for sharing this with us. We're very happy and glad to hear this. So yeah, thank you. I can see New Hyang, if you would like to say something. And
yes, this training program, from this training program, I'm sure I improved a lot of my leadership skill, also digital skill. Honestly, I consume my time with my subject only, like physics, something like this, like research. But after first, when we received the information to attend this training program, I'm interested, very interested. Oh, I need to apply. After that, when I received the acceptance, I'm very happy. And honestly, first day, the speaker talked about the business, something like fashion cycles and something like that. So that day, I thought, I'm not familiar with this term because I'm science subject, right? So I think, am I correct or not? Something like this, and I have stress because 2 weeks, can I follow or not? But after day by day, I understand more. And more and more I understand, and I really appreciate all of you, all of the speakers, because I'm very happy. Because honestly, I don't know. First, before this training, I don't know about the agile leadership, and also the impact of the digital transformation on finance, and also human resource management. I don't know about this, honestly. So after this training, I learned a lot and I really enjoy. So thank you very much, Amity University, and all of your supports. Thank you. I have gained a lot, and I would like to share, and I would like to transfer. And also, I would like to implement in my organization. Like, let's say if organization is very big, in my department, I can start, I can continue, I think. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. That's fantastic that you're happy. And of course, the effectiveness of any training program is when you take the inputs and when you implement it in your respective organizations. So I'm very happy and glad to hear that, you got to know of Agile, and you got to know of HR, and you got to know of, other things. So very, very happy to hear that. And we'll be even more happy when we get to hear later that, yes, you've successfully implemented some programs and some parts of it in your individual departments. So, yeah.
Yes, I will apply again.
Yeah, so that would be great. That would be great. Thank you. Yeah. So I can see Nitin sir is also there. Helio, anyone else would like to share something? Helio, would you like to?
Hello. I'm Kim Joe.
Yeah, hi.
Yes. Assistant Director of the Financial Regulatory Department. Under the Ministry of Planning and Finance. And digital leadership is very important for all people. From this program, I can learn the key qualification and threat required to be become a leader who has the skills to drive the departments. the digital furniture and transformation and innovation. The knowledge got from the program very effective and implementation the digital furniture service. So I am very thankful to the authorities for the MT University program and inviting me to join the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim Yu. We are again very delighted to hear that it was helpful to you and your organization. So thanks a lot. Hilio, I believe that you were locked out for a while. You were trying to say something?
As I aspire to invite our department to join the next program.
Thank you. Ernesto, Helio, would you like to share something? Or anyone else, would you like to share something? Would you like to share your experience with us?
Could we have somebody from Mozambique?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think most of the experience are similar. We are very grateful for this opportunity. It was very fruitful. The teachers, the professors, the speakers, I would say, were very interactive and very pedagogic. We learned a lot. We are excited to start engaging with our peers on this digital era, which is continuous. It's a non-stop. This transformation came to stay. So today is digital. We don't know about tomorrow, but we will be transforming ourselves again and again and again as times pass by. We learned a lot and we're still learning through this COVID era, which we have reinvented ourselves in many different areas, but this was very, 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 very good 2-week session. So Amit University, thank you. It was very, very, very fruitful. For the participants, it's been a pleasure to meet all of you. I hope we catch up sometime somewhere. And yeah, it's pretty much all I have to say.
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot, Kalispirito. And anyone else who would like to share their experience in this 2 weeks journey with us? It's an open forum, so I'll request anybody can come forward if they really want to share their experience.
Yes, good day again.
Yeah, please,
And,
Marcelo.
I'm Marcelino. I'm also from Mozambique. What I have is to thank Amity University for this very useful training done by experts. So learning from experts, I would say it's one's luck. So I feel lucky to be part of this session, which lasted 2 weeks. So all was very well presented, and yeah, what is left is ourselves to put in practice what we have learned. It has changed my way of facing things in terms of leadership. So to this, I have to thank you. And thanks.
Great. Thanks, Marcelino, for sharing your experience. And it's really wonderful to hear all of you, because it's not only your experience, but also the scope of improvement that we look forward to hear from everyone. Because it again helps us to improve, to explore, to give our best. And it's not only the best version of ourselves that we develop, but all through the journey, it is our content, our engagement, and other perspectives that we really look forward to improve from time to time. Thanks, Marcelino. Thank you so much. Over to you, Brigadier sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shikha. Now I will request our CEO, Dr. Nitin Batra, whom you all know. He had come during the inaugural session. Could we request you, sir, to address the participants? Over to you, Dr. Nitin.
Thank you, Brigadier Sharma. Thanks for the opportunity. I was just enjoying hearing from the participants what their perspective was about the program. I also wanted to hear informally with our faculty. Dr. Geeta, I see you here. Is any of our faculty colleagues here at the moment with you?
Yes, sir. Dr. Pallavi or Dr. Vidhi. Yeah,
Dr. Vidhi is there. Yeah, I can see Dr. So
yeah,
and
Sujata ma'am Sujata ma'am is also here.
Dr. Sujata is also here. Brilliant. So we'll we'll save Dr. Sujata for right at the end. Dr. Geeta, do you want to just, in no particular order, Dr. Geeta, what's perhaps one or two sentences about your experience from running this program?
So it was great to interact with all the participants from different countries, and like I also took one of the sessions which was on diversity and inclusion. So while I was sharing about how it is getting implemented and which kind of perspectives the organizations are following, a lot of participants, they also shared that how diversity is getting implemented in their organizations and how digital tools are helping them overcome their unconscious biases. So I think it was fantastic. I mean, I saw a lot of engagement and enthusiasm, and they were participative. So I believe I had a great experience. Yeah.
Great. I have to, frankly, I missed out on your session. I have to see that session because I coach organizations on diversity and inclusion, but not from a technical perspective, from a behavioral psychological perspective. So I know I'll learn a lot. Dr. Pallavi, I saw you moderating the session with Mr. Amit just previously. What is your... Right. Yes. And it was great to see because Mr. Amit was part of Tata Strategic Alliances at the moment.
Right.
He and I share our alma mater. He was in Tuck School of Business as well. I just saw that in 2002. Dr. Pallavi, overall, your experience from this program?
Yeah, it was a really, I would not say it's just a learning experience for the participants. It's a learning experience for the organizers as well. As a team of faculty, since we are managing it, we are taking the sessions, we are moderating it, and lots of learning has happened even for us. And since I have taken the first session of the training program, so I was a little skeptical that whether I'm able to deliver the agenda to the participants or not, or whether I'm able to set the tone of the sessions or the whole training program or not. But the participants were really fantastic, and they are helping me in getting me through that thing. So really a wonderful experience to interact with such a participative people around me in this session.
That is amazing. I was just talking to the head of Reserve Bank of India's Learning Academy, and he introduced this new word to me, which I think applies to you, Dr. Pallavi: intellectual humility. Intellectual humility. So, we might have the knowledge, yet at the same time, are we able to be humble or not? So, that's great. That's a great attitude. Dr. Vidhi, what was your experience?
Yeah, sir, the experience was like similar as Dr. Pallavi said, that we were initially we were thinking that whether we will be able to, as these are the professionals, whether we will be able to sync with their experiences. They are practically doing the things, and then all the sessions were quite interactive, and the participants were, they they were asking questions and they were having the enthusiasm to how to develop or how to implement. So I've taken the session on organization structure, how the organizations are moving towards agile structuring, making the organization agile through dynamic and stable practices. So I got a lot of queries as well, so it was interactive and I enjoyed it. Thanks.
Amazing, amazing. Dr. Sujata, you've partnered on so many programs with us. I know, founder himself has joined some of those programs, and I told you that he asked me to involve you in the last program that happened face to face as well. Your experience, I suppose, in this program in particular. Oh, you might be on mute at the moment.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much, and I'm so humbled by your words of appreciation. Yeah, I actually enjoy, whenever I look forward to doing these programs, I look forward to my faculty members also doing it, and I actually look forward to conducting these programs myself. Having said that, I am very passionate about marketing. And whenever there is an opportunity for me to take a session on marketing or branding or any other aspect of marketing also, I actually dive in, and I love doing what I do. And when I was doing it with the participants here, I wanted my passion to come through and reach out to them. And I wanted their reciprocation. Sometimes it is not possible because they do not necessarily belong to the field of marketing. I realize that. But however, I saw, in spite of the fact that they belong to different fields, their level of engagement and the sense of participation was immense. And I was so humbled by the fact that, they came forward, they shared so much, they participated, and they kind of related to all the practical examples that I gave, and they came forward and shared their own practical examples. As Pallavi said, that for me also, it is a learning. I take each and every of these sessions, even the sessions with students for that matter, as a learning experience, because not only do they learn from me, I learn a lot from what they do. And especially with international participants, we get to learn a lot about what they're doing in their country. Some of it is written in the books, the papers, journals, articles, but not all is written. The information that you get from them personally is the information that you'll probably not get anywhere else. And I think I take that as the best learning experience that anybody can have. And I was so impressed by our participants. I would love to have them again in person. And next time, I would request that we have these kind of workshops and training programs in person. Because we would love to meet them and interact with them, on a physical, in an in-person basis. Thank you once again for being such a wonderful audience, and thank you for giving
fantastic. Fantastic, very well put.
Thank you, teacher.
Very well put. And I think there's a case to say that there should be a WhatsApp group for us. To exchange ideas, new things that we observe in our own country. Just share that with each other so that we are constantly learning. This space is going to change as one of our participants was just talking about. Great. So, this program is built by you, the participants, and built by the inspiration that our faculty derives from, you walking through our door with your interest in learning. And I know the faculty was thinking passionately about transformation in the widest possible sense of the word, right? So that's why they looked at multiple areas in which digital transformation is breaking through, and provide that just as a stimulus. No program on this can, there is no time, not enough time that we can spend that can do justice to this topic. So it's just a stimulus. As you walk out through this door, what I think my journey on supporting organizations on digital transformation, what that has taught me is, number one, it is important for organizations, teams, individuals to be open to ideas. So there is a certain way we are doing things. There is always a different way. There is always a different idea, right? So digital transformation starts with openness to ideas. How do you get openness to ideas? If you're sitting in your office, think about ultimately what is required for that idea to be implemented. Maybe your head of business needs to be involved. Maybe the CEO needs to be involved. Maybe it's fine if you just do ideas yourself and come up with a solution and show that it works. All three approaches or both the approaches work. Top down, where you tell the senior management, this is important as a project, let's do it. Or individually, you say, I'm going to do it and I'm just going to overcome obstacles as I go along. Both kinds of innovations exist and both are successful. In the first case, life seems to be slightly easier at the beginning, where your CEO is involved. It's easier because there is a lot of focus, quick approvals, budget allocations, right? The danger in that often is that not the riskiest ideas don't get approved always. So the CEO and the board, when they meet, they take the safer ideas and they approve them. The risky ideas are put on the side. The second approach, which is you as an individual come up with an idea and you try to implement it yourself, show that it works. That also works. It is where the individual needs to be passionate, driven, overcome multiple obstacles. They may not have the budget. They may not have the agreement with the organization. They may have to work over the weekends because the boss is saying, why are you not prioritizing your ongoing work? All of that is the story of the individual trying to come up with an idea. But that is what an intrapreneur is all about. You overcome obstacles as you come along them, right? So you will be open to your ideas, your passion. They may work, they may not work, but no one's going to say no until you ask for something. Then when you hear a no, you overcome that obstacle and figure out another way. So both ways of transforming organizations exist. What does it mean for you? It means a choice and moving forward and making sure that you are you don't see failure as permanent. You see failure as just one little obstacle which you just have to overcome. The second learning for me is back to the first one. Organizations typically take ideas that are feasible and that are easy to do. All organizations do that. So when you see digital transformation happening around you, you'll be seeing organizations going to e-commerce, for example. It's easy to do. I'm not saying it's something that can be done overnight, but everyone is doing it. There are service providers to help you do it. You're going to do it. That's fine. Organizations ignore crazy ideas which are hard to do, but if done, can generate significant impact. They usually ignore it. And that is where disruption happens. That is where true change happens. So if you're not doing it, someone else is thinking about it and working hard at it. It may be a small member team. It may be university students. It may be your competitor. And 3-5 years from now, they'll come in to market with that crazy idea and try and disrupt you. So it's better that organizations take on that risk and select at least 5 to 10% of their ideas as crazy ideas. Seems very hard to do right now, but they work at it. The third thing, learning, is that transformation usually is a habit rather than a project. So if you take on a project for digital transformation that has a start date, end date, a budget, but that's not the right way to look at digital transformation or any transformation. I think it's much more of a habit. You form the habit, just like you know, if I want to feel better, be my physically best, I'll probably look at an image of a person with more muscles than I do and say, I want to be like that person, right? And then I'll go to the gym, start working out and make it a habit. So start with something which is your end objective, where you want to reach. It's ideal. I just pause for a moment. When you want to put yourself on mute?
I think she
Great.
does not know that she's.
Yeah, no problem. This is the digital world. So when we put yourself on mute if you can, brilliant. You know, Amazon started with their end customer. They said we will never be truly innovative in coming up with a final solution.
Noel, I think you are on. You are not on mute.
Sorry, I think she because their office is someplace, and when they go back to home, they need the ferry. They need to take the ferry, so she take ferry every day. So this time in our country, we go back to home time. Yeah. So someone call her to go back, and ferry is waiting. So she. Maybe
She's
she
running.
She's
running.
Sorry.
I'll keep it short. So bottom line is Amazon said it's not one innovation. We will have to have a million innovations, million small innovations. So they focused on the customer. They organized themselves around the customer. Their businesses are organized around the customer. Their processes are around the customer. How do you serve the customer better? They can start with a clean sheet. They could do it. You might already have an organization in place, so you're trying to transform that. But start with your end objective ultimately, and ideally that end objective is something that you never reach, funnily enough. So Dr. Sujata's end objective is how do you make her participants digitally savvy in, let's say, the area of marketing. That's something that will keep the goal will keep changing, right? But if she starts with that, then she's constructing her programs purely with that. She's organizing the faculty around that. The expert speakers that are coming in are organized around that. The platform with which she's delivering the process and so on is all around that. So start with your end objective in mind, and ideally that an end objective is something which is a big goal which you will never reach, but making the process of getting there will make you a truly innovative organization. And my final learning is that all problems have been solved. Any problem that you're facing today has been solved somewhere in the world. Someone else has done it in another industry, in another walk of life, and so on. You can always borrow insights from there. How have they done it? And there may be a better solution that you come up with. That is innovation. So innovation is not about solving a problem from a blank sheet. Innovation often is to offer a better solution out there. So draw inspiration from the world across and keep thinking better solutions, and that is going to drive your transformation engine. So with that, thank you so much for joining us, participants. You drove, like my faculty also said, drove us to think differently and construct this program. Also, thanks to all my faculty that joined that are not even perhaps here during this valedictory because of their other commitments. But we also had Dr. Deepa, Dr. Kushi, Dr. Rai also joined, Dr. Anita, Dr. Smriti Asthana, Dr. Pramendra. From that group, we had external speakers that you brought in, ranging from Birlasoft to Tata to companies operating specifically in this space, Gartner as well. So thank you for bringing all this expertise in one platform. This is a special program that you've constructed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I will request Geeta or Shikha to display the certificate of participation, which is being sent to all the participants on completion of the course. Could you show us a sample copy, Geeta, Shikha?
Yes, sir.
These certificates have been prepared for each and every one by name, and these are being sent to you immediately. So this is a certificate which has got the national emblem on it in the center, and with the logos of ITech and Amity University, and your name and the training program details on it. We congratulate all the participants for earning this prestigious certificate, and we hope it will find a place of honor in your homes or in your office, duly, printed on a nice photographic paper and, in a good frame. Thank you very much. May I also request Geeta to show us the certificates of appreciation, which we'll be awarding to our faculty members. Could you show us once? Yes. So we thank the faculty members, and it is our appreciation, certificate appreciation with your name on it and signed by the CEO. We hope this will also be add value to your home or office, wherever you like to place it. Thank you very much. We come to the end of the program. Anybody has any suggestions or parting remarks, or something you would like to say before we close today? Geeta, could you see any?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the institute I head, Amity Institute of Training and Development, it's built around participants. It connects participants with the faculty of Amity. But I got to say that the team working on this tirelessly is a special team. So, Brigadier Sharma, thank you for the inspiration and getting this project by Ministry of External Affairs, ITech. We had the chance to host the ministry and hear from Undersecretary Mr. Rohan Singh on the vision that the ministry has around ITech, and I think it's a powerful vision. I also thank Dr. Shikha for continuously, minute by minute, being there throughout the program. Geeta, you are our pillar in AITD. So I see you rightfully as the moderator of the program. So thank you for taking care of all the
Thank you, sir.
Dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, making sure that the hundreds of activities behind the scene are done well, and IT for being the infrastructure. This is not in the university. We'd love to host you in the university, but the infrastructure is provided by IT. So thanks to the IT team as well. That was part of the journey. Geeta, who in specific from IT was involved with you on this?
Maqsood.
Maqsood, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would just like to inform the participants that the list of programs for this year is coming to an end by March, but the new list will be out soon. So please join yourself or tell your friends, see the courses being offered by Amity University. And we look forward not only to online courses, but look forward to meeting you all here. We've done more than half a dozen courses this year in our campus, and people have really enjoyed. So we look forward to many of you joining us in our campus after March this year. Now I also request Dr. Shikha to pass on our vote of thanks to all those whom we haven't been able to thank. Over to you, Dr. Shikha.
Thank you, Brigadier Sir. And I think Dr. Nitin has already, thanked all of us. But let me take a privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have helped us successfully to conduct this 2 weeks virtual ITech program on management of the future essential leadership skills in the digital era. I, on behalf of Amity Institute of Training and Development, convey deep regards and heartiest thanks to our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, whose blessings and encouragement have always motivated us to achieve new milestones. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Atul Chauhan, Chancellor, Amity University, who has been true inspiration for all of us. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Balwinder Shukla Ma'am, VC, Amity University Noida campus, for her support in all the endeavors. We would like to extend our thanks to MEA ITech for helping us in collaborating with participants across the countries, including Mozambique, Ethiopia, Cambodia, Tunisia, and Peru. Workshops like these cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. The required planning and bird's eye view of details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by our mentor, Dr. Nitin Batra, CEO, AITD, who has always stood by his team in all spheres as a driving force to achieve new heights and grand success. Our sincere thanks to Brigadier R.K. Sharma, Sir Director, Amity Institute of Training and Development, for his endless constant support and guidance in shaping the entire program flawlessly. At this occasion, I would also like to thank Dr. Sujata Khandai ma'am and her team at ASB and ACCF for being the subject expert in designing the entire content flow, as well as bringing the synergy out on the virtual screen in different sessions. Thanks to all the participants and coaches who made this program a tremendous knowledge-filled and interactive journey throughout. I would like to thank our project manager, Ms. Geeta Bhatt, who has been working tirelessly in the background to make this journey seamless. I would also like to thank my fellow team members of Content Solution team for supporting in collating the content shared by our experts. Last but not the least, I thank Maqsood and his colleagues from IT department for all your constant support, effort to run this virtual program smoothly. The end of one journey is the beginning of another. With this thought, let's stay connected for more upcoming programs, and we look forward for long association with each one of our participants. We wish you all a great day and a success and growth-filled life ahead. Till then, stay blessed, take care. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Great, great, fantastic. Do we have a group photograph that we have taken in the past?
Yes.
Okay,
just
fantastic. Right.
Yeah, I just shared.
Because was Geeta in that photograph? I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Lovely. Dr. Sujata, I'm inspired. So we'll talk more about more such programs. You've created a problem. You've created a problem for yourself and your team, which I hope is a good problem. Very fantastic team that you've built. So proud of you, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Vidhi, and we also had Dr. Pallavi.
And Dr. Saloni also, yeah. She's not here at the
Dr.
moment.
Saloni has, yeah, I know. I was just, there are a lot of team members that are not here at the moment, but very, very proud.
Sir, I hope I'm visible. I've joined. I'm so sorry,
Saloni.
I'm traveling as of now. Yeah.
No, fantastic.
I'm traveling.
Great.
I'm sorry for the noise in the background. So, but obviously, it's a great opportunity for us also to have this kind of learning scenarios, because it's all about reverse mentoring. It's not just about expressing ideas and giving them the pointers, whatever we have with us, but also we also learn a lot from these participants, and that's an ongoing process of learning. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity to us, for being part of such program.
Amazing. Dear participants, look at the passion of Dr. Saloni. She's on a break, she's traveling, but she's also interested in giving you a hint of the amazingness of India. So please visit. You have a home. Join us physically as well. Thank you so much for being part of this program. Great. Brigesh Sharma, please go ahead to conclude.
Thank you, sir.
I
Thank
think
you
some
very much, sir.
participants have-
You all are our alumni. Remain in touch. This Google group will be functional as long as it's no. We still have our Google group going, which we started 2 years ago. So remain in touch with us. Remain in touch with with each other, and we hope such programs will contribute the friendship between our countries, and good for the mankind, for everybody. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best in all your endeavors in the years to come. And we are there to support you whenever you require us. Just an email is all that is required from your side. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you
All
all.
the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.